Hey guys, let me turn the music off. Look, I don't have an intro yet, so the intro that I did have, it got copyrighted. YouTube and their restrictions. So if you are someone who likes to make music or know the YouTube rules, just hit me up in the DMs at btaylor_TV because I really don't know. Okay. And I need a good intro. Hey, y'all. Hey, Lotus. Good evening. Hey, Candace. Hey, JC. Welcome, Doc. Okay. So look. Oh, girl, I wish I had my wine, but yes, this is Bubbles with BTaylor episode 2. And we are going to have a guest for this episode because this woman, I just saw her video talking about her father and his teachings about sex and virginity. And I just never got taught these things. And I just felt like, we need to know. But first, I want to shout out the sponsor of the show. So last week, he sponsored the show with a super chat. So I asked him, what is his favorite bubbly drink? Because this is Bubbles with BTaylor. And his favorite bubbly drink is the Bel-Air Rosé. So shout out to you, Doc. Thank you so much. And if you would like to sponsor for the next show and send like the highest super chat, whoever sends the highest super chat, I am going to drink your favorite bubbly drink. It has to be bubbly. It doesn't have to be alcohol. It can be whatever, or it can be a concoction. Just don't get too crazy, okay? So I'm going to pop that open with Bubbles with BTaylor. Oh, okay. I'm going to pour that up for you guys. And we are going to be drinking. So, yes, go ahead. We haven't gotten started yet. So, if you do have a bubbly drink, you can definitely drink with me. We can have some wine. So, toast to you guys. Don't judge my nails because I know it looks a little crazy right now. Okay. So, I want to bring up my special guest, Kelly Connection. I'm going to have her introduce her channel, what she likes to talk about, and what her channel is about, and what you can learn if you want to go and subscribe. I've never had the Bel-Air, so I'm excited to try that. But introducing Kelly Connection. Hey! I can, I know we cannot hear you. Look at us, color coordinated. Look at us. I can hear you now. Yes.
I could not have planned this better.
I know. Look at us. It's the feminist nature. Oh. It's the feminist
nature. And you got your green going on behind you. I got my flower. Yes. There we go.
Yeah. Pink.
We look like black poison ivies.
We look like true AKAs. Okay. Hey, shout out to Doc. So what are you sipping on? Are you sipping on anything bubbly for the show? What's going on?
So I know that this is Bubbles with BTaylor, and I got something bubbly, but I didn't know about Bel-Air, which would have told me because I would have definitely been in tune with that. Okay. I actually this is not an expensive wine, but it's one of my favorite. It's Stella Rose, and it's a blueberry. I don't really care for Stella Rose, but I love blueberry everything. So this is actually really good, and it's actually really bubbly. So I didn't expect it to be bubbly because it's a wine, but I love it. It's nice. Hi, luxurious life. Hello, how are you doing?
Yes. So
for having me. I'm really excited to be on your show.
Of course. This is episode 2. They're not used to me going live, but like I said, twice a month I will be going live. So every 2 weeks after a show, I will be going live with you guys. And if you have any ideas, any topics you want me to talk about for the show, please send them my way in my DMs. We are going to do a call-in show towards the end because I really want you ladies and men to jump in on this conversation because it is controversial. It is something that I don't mind getting a little personable about because...
Yeah, I'm going to get personal too. So no judgment today.
Yeah. So no judgment over here. We don't judge. It's all love. We're a good community over here. We keep it cute. Mods, you know how to do your thing. Shout out to my mods. Okay. So I really want to play this video, and I'm so sorry that I did not bring it up because my computer was like malfunctioning. Do you still have it on your Instagram when you talked about your father's teaching, or is that?
That's on my YouTube.
Okay, is it a short clip of it or no? Because if it's
I
not,
do have a clip on my Instagram. I do have a clip on my Instagram.
Okay.
It's about when we were discussing about the hymen. So
Yes, I want to play that. It's the Kelly connection, right?
Kelly connection.
Underscore Kelly connection, all with K's.
Mm-hmm.
Underscore.
Yes, because with the Kelly, everything's a K. So connections with a K instead of a C. Am I sounding like a? Do you hear like a?
It's a little like not a static, but
is that better?
Yeah, it's better. It's better. Okay, is it the most people don't know this about sex, or most people don't know? Well, same thing.
Yeah, there's a part 1 and a part 2.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen because this is what was the inspiration for this specific topic. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if you can hear. Can you hear it? No, you can't.
For a husband, you can hear it now.
Okay, you can hear it now. Is there an echo?
No, sounds good.
Okay, cool.
A wife, a man, and a woman. And he said that you're supposed to do it within the confines of marriage. So you're supposed to wait and save yourself for marriage. And he's telling us this. And I remember when he was having this conversation, he didn't give us any other options. I know a lot of parents were like, don't have sex, but there's some condoms just in case. He never did that. He was like, this is when you're supposed to have sex. You're not supposed to have sex before marriage. You're supposed to wait. You're supposed to remain a virgin until you meet your husband. Wait until marriage. And the purpose of waiting until marriage is that sex is a covenant. And I remember him explaining this to us, and I didn't quite know what all the terminology meant at the time. I know now, but he was talking to us about the female hymen, and that's the blood that's shed when you have sex for the first time, when you lose your virginity. The purpose of sex is
okay, and then there's a part 2,
wife,
right?
A man and a woman. Yeah. The part 2's next. He was talking to us about the female hymen, and that's the blood that's shed when you have sex for the first time, when you lose your virginity. And he told us that there is no medical reason for the hymen, but there's a spiritual reason for it. And the reason for the hymen is because when you make a covenant, there has to be a shedding of blood. So back in the Old Testament, when you made a covenant with someone, there usually was a sacrifice of an animal or something like that. So with a woman, when you make a lifelong covenant with your husband, there is the shedding of blood. So you really are only supposed to be having sex with your husband. Men are only supposed to have sex with their wives, and wives are only supposed to have sex with their husband. This has been tainted and distorted, and there's so many different variations of what people think is right and wrong and okay now, but this is what we were taught. I remember he explained it to us, and I never thought sex was weird or disgusting or something dirty. I always thought it was a beautiful thing because he told us that sex was created by God. God created sex for husband and wife to enjoy and also to produce children. So I remember thinking, wow, sex is a beautiful thing. He said, it feels good. It's something that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be pleased with your spouse. And it was meant to be a covenant between two people. And that's why a lot of people will never forget their first. He was talking to us about the female. Yay!
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. So someone already had a disagreement, and that's okay, because save it. I want you to disagree. We're going to bring you up if you want to. You don't have to cam up, but you do have to give a thumbs up in the back so I can know that you're a real person. But King Chris Lord said, that's not necessarily true. A covenant is like a contract. But isn't a marriage kind of like a contract? So, okay, bringing this back, I saw the video. And what inspired me to want to talk about this is because I was never taught about how important my virginity was. It was always something like sex is bad. That's not something that you're supposed to do. It's for adults. It wasn't even like it's for married people. It's for adults, and you're too young to know what sex is, know what it's about. So my way of learning about sex was through the TV. So my first time seeing people have quote unquote sex was the Titanic.
Titanic.
It was the Titanic. It was Jack and Rose.
And Rose.
It looked good, girl. They was in that car. She just
there was a sweat and the condensation on the window.
Condensation, and then his hand, like her hand or his hand hit the window, and I was like, "Oh, I want some of that!" Like, oh, like the hand was like slow. So that was always. So I would sneak and watch Lifetime movies and any movies that had sex. Like I'm like, "Ooh, yes!" Like, "Ooh, this looks so good. This looks. Oh my god!" Like I thought that that's how sex was supposed to be. So that was something where I'm like, well, why is it so forbidden if it looks so good? Why does it look so pleasurable? And you know what? After being told no, 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 no from your parents that it's bad, it's evil, it's this, it's that, right. It's just like you kind of start to just resent your parents about sex and just like, okay, you just don't want me to have it, but why? Why? You get to do it.
Actually, I had a friend whose parents, they were Christians, and her parents lied to her, and they told her that if you have sex, you're gonna die. So what happens when she has sex and she lives? Now she's like, my parents are liars, so they lied to me about that. Yeah. So people often ask me, like, why did your dad tell you about this so young?
Yes, tell me about that. Like, tell me how did that go about? And
yeah, I get this question a lot, because to a lot of people, it sounds weird. Like your dad was sitting around talking to his daughters about sex, but it was actually interesting. And it was never just my dad sitting around talking to his little girls about sex. He always was sitting with my mom, and they would come and talk to us together. And the reason why he introduced sex to us so young, because there was a lot of girls that were getting molested at the time. And I remember we found out someone that was close to our family, she didn't know how to explain it. She would say, they actually asked her, like, oh, so do you like your mom's boyfriend? And she was like, yeah, he's nice, but when my mom's not home, he walks on me. And she didn't know how to explain a man being on top of her. It just,
oh my God.
Yeah, it being painful. So she would just say, he walks on me. So to her, he was just walking on her. She didn't know how to explain, he was doing this action to me, and this is not okay. So he felt that it was important to let us know what was going on, so if anything ever happened to us, we were able to explain it, and then we were also aware of what it was and when to do it and who to do it with. So he thought that that was important, and he wanted to also be the person to share it with us from the biblical perspective, because like you said, you learned from Titanic. I mean, you just see it, you don't really know what it is, you don't know why they're doing it, they're not married, like you don't know what's going on, you just see this act. And I remember when he asked us, he was like, do any of you ladies know what sex is? And we were like, yeah, it's when you kiss. And then, the next scene, like waves crash. Like you're right. Like, oh, they had sex, but you don't really know exactly what it is. So he explained it to us. He's explained that it was created by God, and it was a beautiful thing. Like I said in the video, I never saw anything wrong with it. I knew this is something that you do with your husband. So that's kind of how it began. And he always thought that an informed child was a prepared child. So if something were to happen, we knew this is right or wrong. There was never that question, because a lot of children that get molested, they don't even know what happened or how to explain it, and they feel like it's their fault. So they're like, I don't want to tell, I don't know what to say, because I don't even know what just happened. Did I ask for it? Did I want it? So anyway, he cleared all that up when we were young.
You know what's crazy is that I made a post today. The Spiritual World posted like, hey ladies, what was the youngest age that an older man has ever hit on you? And I was floored with the comments.
I was 11.
Right. And I was 15, because I was a late bloomer. And so I didn't start developing anything until like 14, 15 years old. And then I didn't have any hips. I just started having a little bit of something on my chest, you know? So, and then I've heard women even say as low as 4. I'm like, what? This is a big issue because it's so crazy how our parents, especially in the Black community, like Candace says, I was in middle school. Wow, that's crazy.
He was 11 and it was an 18-year-old boy. Was like the first sexual conversation a guy had with me. And I'm just like, I don't even know what you're asking me to do. No, I'm not allowed. You know, like it was.
Yeah. I was different. I was scary. So I was 13 and I'm not gonna lie, I did lie about my age. It was by 1 year. And I said I was 14, or I would think I was 12 and I lied that I was 13 and he was 16. And that to me was older because, but he was still in school age. Like he wasn't like an adult, like,
Right.
At the same time, he was preying on me and saying like, oh, when are you gonna like invite me over? And I was like, I don't know what that is, but I don't want it. Like I was so scared. I was so scary. So for me, it was like I was a late bloomer. Like I wasn't interested in boys until I was 15. Like I literally was playing with dolls. Like I like to romanticize things and act things out with my dolls, but I didn't ever want to act on those things, right? So when it became down to when I became 15, like, let's be honest here. My virginity was not important to me. And I'll say that on my page. My virginity was never something that was important. It was never something that was told like how important and precious. I would hear people talk about it and saying, "Oh, like you have this one thing and you're never going to get it back." And I'm just like, "Okay." And I'll still live. Like I'm still going to be alive, but I didn't understand the spiritual aspect of it, and I had to learn the hard way of like how you start off getting introduced to sex is how you shape your entire experience with men and your sex life. And a lot of women are going into having sex with men and they don't even know how it's supposed to go, how it's supposed to feel. And I think that's why a lot of women lack boundaries in sex, in the bedroom. They don't know when to say no. They don't know when to say, hey, use protection, because they're not even supposed to be doing it in the first place. So it's just like, well, we're already doing bad things. We might as well not use a condom either. Like we might as well go all the way, because you don't create any boundaries for yourself. And I always say that women who don't have boundaries will most likely end up as a single mother, because you're not setting certain boundaries for yourself to protect your body and know what consequences this action is, because we see it, right? But we didn't think that it's going to be us. And let's be honest, like being a virgin in high school was not cool. It was not cool. Like, and I want to go back and when was virginity so pure and why was it so pure? Because that for me, it's like, where did I understand now as an adult, right? Like why it's so important. Where did we go wrong? Like what happened?
I do want to touch on what you said about how you didn't value your virginity. And I think that that's really important because someone has to tell you that it's valuable. If you were raised in a home and you never even had the conversation, you don't even really know what virginity is or the importance of keeping it, why keep it? You have to be told what something value, and the only person that can give you value is your creator. And I think that your parents are like they are the stewards of your value. It's like so your God creates you and then he puts you into a home, and your parents are supposed to care for you, nurture you, and guide you through your childhood. And a lot of parents, especially these days, are not guiding their children. They're just like, here's a phone, go play.
Yeah.
Everything
don't have sex, don't get pregnant. They don't just say, they just said, don't get pregnant. And I grew up very sheltered. So even when I had, so when I was a virgin, my first boyfriend was also a virgin. And this story always gets to me because it makes me really sad, because I wish that we both put value. So we wanted to lose our virginity together. We were like high school sweethearts, and he was a virgin, I was a virgin. And I told him, I said, I think that I want to wait until marriage. Like, it doesn't seem that far away because we can get married at 18. We can get married like when we get older. Like we promised each other that we were going to lose it to each other because, like it's us, and I was being dumb. We ended up breaking up because I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend, so I wasn't never allowed to really see him.
Right.
I wasn't allowed to see him, but when we did get to meet with each other, it was not off the basis of like we had to like rush, like, oh, let's make out, let's this, let's that, like, because I'm sneaking and doing it. It wasn't under the comfort of like my own home, my parents, my family being involved. And that was a big mistake because my family wasn't involved because they were like, no, you're 16. You don't need no boyfriend. You need to be worried about school. But it's like, you're not preparing me how to be a girlfriend. You're not preparing me how to communicate with boys. You're not preparing me to even trust you to tell you of how I'm feeling. Because at the end of the day, with girls, look, hormones are real.
Exactly. That's why it needs to be a conversation. I think we were doing a podcast one night and we watched this clip where the mom said, if your 13-year-old daughter comes to you and asks you for a vibrator, do you give it to her or not? And
I saw that.
Yeah, all moms were like, give it to her. I was like, I don't think you should give it to her, but I think that is the opportunity where you should have that conversation because teenage hormones are raging. And
Yes.
what do they do with them?
What do you do with it? I didn't know what to do with it. Like, I'm not trying to sound like a hornback here, but I didn't know what to do with my hormones. They were out of control and I was boy crazy. Like I was scared to do that.
But and your body's changing. And sometimes you're like, is this normal? Is this weird? Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm feeling like this. I think all these should be conversations that parents.
But it's like forbidden to talk about, right? Because it's like, you're a woman. You're not supposed to like sex. You're not supposed to want to have sex.
Nope. I had these conversations. I remember my father was like an open book. He was always like, if you have a question, I want you to come to me. Don't go anywhere else. Ask me and I will answer it no matter what it is. And I remember one time they were talking in school and they were like, oh, some blowjob. And I was like, what's a blowjob? So I was like, hey, Dad, what's a blowjob? I was thinking
they told me it was demonic.
But I didn't know. He was like, oh, okay, well, this is what that is. And he told us, and he was like, but you're only supposed to do that in the confines of marriage, right? And I was like, okay, cool. And I was like, they were like, some tossed salad. I was like, tossed salad? What's a tossed salad? So I was like, hey, Dad, they were talking about this in school. Tossed salad, what's that? I was like, is it like
y'all were already talking about tossing salads back in school? What?
Yeah, in middle school. And but I would hear them talk about it. I'm like, oh yeah. I have no clue what it was. And I would go home and be like, okay, this is when two people do this. However, that's not something you're supposed to do. That's forbidden. Like, and he would explain, like, you know, touch that part of the body in that way. And he would explain it. He would never be like, don't talk about that. That's inappropriate. He would always explain. And I liked that I could get the information from him versus trying to research it. We didn't have Google like that back then.
Yeah.
So, and then, but it left the conversation open. So no matter what, if I met a guy, if I had a conversation, if I had a feeling, I would always be comfortable going to talk to my parents and being open. My mom was she was very much a lady. So it was almost like
reserved.
Yes, it was almost like, oh, we can't discuss such things. But she would always be comfortable having these conversations with my dad present. But like, if you go ask her, she's like, oh, tossed salad, don't ever mention that again.
Wow. I love that. So tell me more about the hymen. Tell me more about that spiritual contract. Like, because when we talked about sex, and my friends, we talked about sex in high school, they made it seem like it was so good. Can you imagine a high school boy really just putting it down and we thought that was what it was and it really wasn't? So when I was a virgin, I remember wanting to hang out with the cool girls and they would tell me stuff like, oh, yeah, so-and-so's a virgin. We can't talk about sex around her because she doesn't know what she's talking about. So they would kind of like exclude you from the group because you were a virgin and you were like not cool. And they would let other boys, they'll cop block and let boys know, like, I don't even know why you playing with her like that. She's a virgin and she's not allowed to have a boyfriend. I'll be like, why'd you tell him that? Now he doesn't like me. And he
sends the community penis her way. Yes, go back.
You know what? But when you're young, you don't think like that. You just look at any attention is a good attention because you're like, I am raging with hormones. I like these boys. They're not giving me attention. They're giving all the girls who are giving it up attention. So for me, because I wasn't taught to value my body, it was just like, don't do it. But it was never a why, because it's like, if I'm not supposed to do it and it's a bad thing, then why did God give me these feelings to want to do it?
Now I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I did have that conversation with my mother because I remember the boys did not talk to my sisters and I, and they were just like, "Yeah, it's a waste of time. You're not gonna get anywhere with the Kelly girls. Like, don't even waste your time." So I would tell my mom, like, the guys don't really like us in school, and she was like, "No, they like you. They just know that you would be a waste of time in this moment because you're not going to give them what they want. But when they're ready to get married, they're going to come seek you out." and I was like, what, you think so? And I'm gonna tell you, so many guys from high school and college contacted me. I always liked you, but I just knew, you were a good girl, and I didn't want to mess that up. So a lot of guys like messaged me after the fact because they were like, "I'm ready to get married. I'm ready to be serious."
Really?
Mm-hmm. A lot, like so many.
Up quality, because when I thought about sex in marriage, right? Mm-hmm. And I would listen to these women talk about, I'm a virgin and I'm still waiting for my husband. And it'll be like 34. And I'm like, I don't want to wait that long. It looks too good. I don't want to wait that long. There
was like this whole Christian revolution. There was this guy that came out with this book called I Kiss Dating Goodbye. And he was pretty much like telling women, don't kiss, don't do anything until marriage, don't date, like wait till the guy. And then a lot of women just found themselves like sitting like this, waiting for their husband to come knock on their door. It's almost like it was like a balance was tipped. It wasn't even normal anymore. And it's okay to go out and have friends, even within courtship. You can go out and have friends and mingle with your opposite sex friends. Usually it's just with family members involved or church members involved. But to just sit at home and think, God's going to tell my husband where I live, and he's going to come knock on my door, and there's going to be a light shining from the heavens, and he'll know I'm here. I think it got a little skewed, in some aspects, but that's not really how it was supposed to be. It's okay to hang out with people of the opposite sex and even kiss. Oh my God, no.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Like, now that I think about it, like, okay, yes, I saw the adults having sex, but it was more so, okay, I watched Degrassi. I don't know if I'm telling my age, but I used to watch Degrassi all the time. And the teenagers in that show were having sex. And I'm like, oh my God, like, that's what you do with your boyfriend. Like, because my friend group, they would get into relationships. They weren't just having sex. They were in relationships. Right. They'll be dating that guy. Like, most high school, middle school relationships lasted for like a few weeks or a month or two or whatever. Like, it didn't last that long. Like, I remember I dated a guy in middle school and everybody was like, oh my God, you guys been together forever. And we only was together for like 4 weeks. But that's how fast things move in like middle school and high school, right? So when I would see the kids that were having sex, it seemed like they were together for a very long time. And I was like, well, that worked out for them. And these girls are talking about how good it was. These girls are talking about how they get their back blown out. And I'm just sitting up here like, can I be honest? I was so infatuated with the sex conversation because it seemed like the forbidden fruit. Maybe that's the Eve coming out of me. I don't know. But
you know what happened to Adam.
Okay. Now look. But
that fruit.
It seemed like the forbidden fruit because it's something that I was never taught about. The only thing that my dad ever told me was, let me know when you lose your virginity. But just know that, just make sure that it's with the right. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying that make sure that he loves you. And I was like, why would he tell? Like, now I'm thinking back, I'm like, why couldn't that be just more like,
that's the major problem, because that's what women need. And that's what they need to hear. They need to hear that a man loves them. So some guys will use that as a weapon in disguise. I love you, girl. And sometimes that's all a woman needs to hear. He loves me. Okay, I guess it's right. No, you don't love me.
You just want to have sex. But the thing is that it was so many people having sex and so many girls that I knew that had sex and they weren't with their first. And they kept saying how their first hurt them so bad. So I'm going to be real here.
You want to talk about the hymen, don't you?
I want to talk about the hymen, but I also want to talk about, I didn't want to put value on my virginity because I saw too many girls being so hurt and torn up over their first. It seemed like something that was like so valued, right? And that they gave it to this man and they were so heartbroken. And it's been like years and they just never could get over their first. And even men knew this secret. Men were like, oh, you take a girl's virginity, she's going to be all up on you. You could do whatever you want to do with her. She's not going nowhere. She's going to be with you for life, right?
There's a spiritual reason for that.
There's a spiritual reason. So for me, I end up being with somebody. I did it like because I just wanted to get it over with. I was just like, ugh.
Wait, you did it on purpose with a guy you didn't like? So you didn't get heartbroken?
Okay, so it's not that I didn't like him. It's just that I didn't like him. Like he was cute, but there was nothing special about him because I didn't want it to be special because my misconception was if it's special, he can hurt me. And he'll always have this hold over me for the rest of my life that I cannot get over him. So I made sure to do it with somebody that was not special. And thinking back how
you gave your most valued treasure away to some dude you didn't even like for real?
That wasn't special. I liked him, but he wasn't
I want it back, please. Can I have
the guy that I really wanted to lose it with lost his virginity when we were during our break. He ended up losing his virginity and he called me probably like a day or two after he did it. And he goes, I have to tell you something. I lost my virginity. And right after I did it, I told the girl that I broke my promise with you because we were going to lose our virginity together because we were planning to get married. So from that point on, I think my mindset of not being taught to value my body, not being taught to value my virginity, and then the guy that I wanted to marry and lose my virginity to lost it to some 304. And I just didn't want it to be special anymore because the person that it was supposed to be special with gave it to somebody else. So I know I can't not be alone in that because that mindset was so dumb. Right?
Where's this guy?
You know what's crazy is that I had to threaten him to leave me alone. It was like the exact opposite. Like he took my virginity and could not stop hitting me up. I swear to God, to this day, like probably last year, this guy was calling me from different numbers, checking in.
He was a virgin too?
No.
Okay.
Nope. I didn't even, no. I was just
What's the guy you wanted it to be special with? Where's he?
The guy that, what's crazy? We're actually like friends on Instagram and he still like watches my story and stuff like that. But that's
watching right now?
No, girl, no. I doubt it. I doubt it at all. But
you broke your promise.
He broke his promise and he felt really guilty. He felt really, really guilty about it. But it was too late. Like once he got a taste of sex, he just couldn't go back. And he went on with her and they ended up dating. And I just felt betrayed. So at that point, it seemed like everybody was having sex. All of my friends were having sex. All of them were talking about how good it was. These girls were like just doing it. I would hear my friends talk about how they snuck boys in their house, how they snuck out the house while their parents would sleep. And I was just like, well, I just want to get it over with so I could talk. I literally wanted to do it just so I can have something to talk about with my friends.
Oh my gosh.
Right. That's what happens when your parents are sheltering you and don't talk about the importance of your virginity. And then the women who did put value on their virginity, I saw them give it away to a guy who ended up playing them worse than my situation. I played the guy that I played him. And so I was like, well, if I'm one step ahead, then I could just get it over with. And it doesn't mean anything.
It can't hurt me because I don't really care.
Yeah, it was more so like trauma, I guess. And I will never forget, I told my dad.
BTaylor, you reverse psychology yourself out of your biggest prized possession.
Yeah, I did. That's
because the point is, you're not supposed to get over your first. You're supposed to have that infatuation with your first because it's supposed to be your husband. It's supposed to be your husband.
I literally could throw up in my mouth thinking about it.
That feeling that you have where you just can't stop thinking about them and you can't get over them. That guy was supposed to be your husband. So if you were to wait and have sex with your husband, you would have that connection with him. Yeah, you would always have eyes for him. Imagine two virgins getting married, and they're the only two people they've ever done it with. They have no one to compare it to. They won't lose that infatuation for each other. Like it's so easy to do with a random person that was just a one night stand.
Yeah.
You're never supposed to lose that. It's meant to connect you for life. That's the whole point of it.
Okay. Can we get into the hymen part? Because we really just didn't. I've heard of girls saying their mom would check their hymens and see if it's still intact. Like, what is the point of the hymen? Like, why is it there?
I never heard of moms doing that. Moms really do that?
I've heard of some crazy moms doing that.
I may have seen that.
My grandmother never did that with me, but I knew girls who said their mom would make them do hymen checks at the, like Ti would make his daughter get hymen checks to make sure she was still intact.
Ti, like the rapper?
Yeah, that's why he got a lot of backlash.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. Oh, so we can talk about the hymen. The way it was explained to my sisters and I is, and I know someone earlier said that a covenant, marriage is a contract and a covenant, but the importance of a blood covenant is it's even stronger than just that contract. So we would it's called a blood covenant. So there's two different ways to explain it. Usually when you get married, you're supposed to consummate your marriage and having sex and breaking the hymen. That's why if you watch all movies with royalty getting married, they always check the sheets. Sometimes they even watch you have sex for the first time. They would come in and they would watch you consummate, and they needed to check the sheets because they had to make sure that if the woman was not a virgin, the contract was not final. It was like it wasn't signed. Like, okay, the marriage isn't valid because you did not consummate the marriage. I'll watch Queen Charlotte. They kind of talk about that a little bit. Like, you have to have sex with him or it's not valid. So the sex is like, the marriage is like the contract and the sex is like the signature on the line. So the reason for the hymen is it's a spiritual blood covenant that you make with your husband. So my father, I remember when we were younger, he would tell us a story of a blood covenant, and it was two people that, and it could have been two men, but like if they were blood brothers, they would actually cut their hands, and they would mingle their blood together. And mingling their blood together, even though they weren't related, made them blood brothers. And when they mingled their blood together, they had to make it dirty. They had to like put dirt in it. They had to make sure that scar never healed. So they knew if they were anywhere, they can show their hand and it would show the people, I have a blood covenant. That means if you do something to me, that person is going to come after you. So it was a contract that they made for life. It was a blood covenant. Wow. And that's what you're supposed to have in marriage. Once you break that hymen, it's supposed to be a lifelong blood covenant between you and your husband. So I remember my dad would talk about young guys who would go out and just have sex with woman after woman. He's like, especially virgins. He's like, yeah, they're covenant stealers. They're out there stealing these young girls' covenants that they're supposed to only be making with their husbands. Because I remember some guys would have a book. They would keep track of how many virgins they smashed.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So do you think that so who's at fault here? Is it the women that are pushing other women to be promiscuous and not value? Like, whose responsibility is it to push women to start valuing their virginity? Because it seemed to me the women, they were like heavy Christian, perfect women that's like heavy with they walked around with their Bibles like this, and then they're talking about how they were a virgin until they were like 40, and it's just like, I don't want to be you, so
pass.
Pass, thank you. Like, they seem like they're having fun over there. And you seem like you're not. So
I don't know if it's women pushing you to be promiscuous. I actually have a story. I have a friend, because I had a friend who, she was young. I think she was like 15, and she had a 2-year-old, right? She was 15, had a 2-year-old, which means she got pregnant like around 11, right? Mm-hmm. And she had a baby while she was in high school, a 2-year-old. And I remember she invited me over, and she was like, yeah, come over after school and come hang out with me. And she knew I was a virgin. in school, and she was like, "Yeah, come over to school, hang out with me. We'll have a couple of friends over." She had a bunch of guys over there.
Oh, she was trying to set you up.
She was trying to set me up. And I remember when I got over there, she's like, "It's cool. You can go up in the room with him if you want to." And I was like, "No, I'm good." And I was like, "Can I use your phone? Mom, can you come get me?" But like she was trying to push me into breaking something that I knew I shouldn't break. And
so are you telling me other women are pushing other women to lose their virginities?
Probably because they regret losing theirs. And on top of that, I don't think I can't blame her, because does she know right from wrong? Probably. However, it is my job to remain chaste. And I think that comes from your parenting. A lot of parents aren't parenting anymore. Like, I can't stress that enough. If you have a mother and a father in the home constantly checking on you, constantly talking to you, constantly pouring into you. I mean, we used to have daily Bible studies. Like, there was we had no, if I remember, if I would have a different friend, I would meet somebody new. And if I started acting different, my mom would be like, are you hanging out with someone different? And I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, you've been acting different lately. She's like, "You're off. Something's off. I don't like this new attitude. Who have you been hanging out with?" And she's right. I was hanging out with a new person, and they were rubbing off on me. And she's like, "You need to remember, when you're out, you either need to be affecting another person, or they're going to be affecting you. If you're not changing them, they're going to be changing you."
Wow,
and she's like,
I'm smart.
Friend, you need to get rid of the friend. My mom would make me get rid of friends. I'm like, "I can't be your friend anymore."
You know what? And maybe that's why I had the mindset. But what's crazy is I was more attached to my second than my first. Like, it was
special, right?
It was special.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I still experience that pain because and what sucked about it is that I hate how men just automatically don't believe you. If I told him, like, I've only been with one person, which was the guy I was with in high school, and and it was just like, he was like, "Yeah, okay," like, didn't believe it, because it was like, he's like, "Yeah, you women be lying about your body counts," but it was like, no, I'm serious, and like, this means something special to me. But because I don't know, I guess because I wasn't a virgin, it was like, oh, well, but it meant something to me. So it still took me time to get over him. Like, it took me more time to get over him, like, than like, and he was my first was my boyfriend, because I just felt obligated, like, he's my boyfriend. But I ended up breaking up with him and was like, "Don't talk. I don't want to talk to you anymore." And he was like, "I don't get you. Like, I was your first." Like, and I was just like, "Yeah, okay. Like, bye." Like, bye. On to my second. Like, I love him, and I can't get over him. Yeah, and it was more so I felt like that was like my first time. So anyway, I do agree that, let me tell you something. When I was in college and I didn't have a high body count, I've only been with like one person, and I was around. Yes, King Mike, you can join the show. I pinned it at the top. I can drop the link as well. But I remember that these girls, they were very promiscuous in high school, and they were like having lots of sex. Like, I remember one time I told the girl that I've only been with like 2 guys, and she was like, "Oh, wow." And I was like, "What? You've been with like 4?" And she's like, "No." And I was like, 7? And she was like, I was like, 10? And she was like, "I mean," and I was like, "Okay, girl, we ain't gotta talk about it no more."
Once we
hit 10, we ain't gotta talk about that no more, ma'am. And yeah, so I've hung around girls that were like very promiscuous, and it just seemed like they were kind of trying to set me up. I'm not gonna lie. They were trying to set me up. They were trying to put me in situations. They were trying to encourage me to go and sleep with other men. And ladies, like, if you are someone who has a low body count, who hasn't been with a lot of men, or is a virgin, there are women out there who are jealous of your virginity. They are jealous of your purity. And that's why they're trying to push you out there to do the things that they're doing, because it makes them feel better about themselves. And that's what they tried to set me up, and was like, "Oh yeah, girl, mess with him and mess with his friend." And I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And they were like mad at me. They're like, oh, you're being so prude. You're being so stuck up. Just have fun. Like, live life. So they also were encouraging me. And I think we live in a city girl society where honestly, sex is so normalized that I think that's why the rate of marriage went down, because it is so accessible.
Men don't have to wait anymore. Why should they get married? A lot of times back in the day, they knew if they wanted to have sex, they had to go to like the brothel or they had to go seek out a prostitute. It wasn't until you actually got married to a nice young lady that she would put out. Now, you tell me what happened to you. You frozen? Now everybody puts out. So it's like it's not even special anymore. I don't have to wait for marriage anymore. Are you back?
Am I back?
I think so. Like a little blurry. There you go.
Okay, sorry. I think I was switching up the thing. King Mike, sorry. I was King. I don't know if you wanted to be on camera or not, but
Yeah.
wait, somebody asked, I want to answer this. Is it really good sex for women? Okay. No.
What's the question? Is it really good?
Is sex, I think, is sex really good for women?
You can take that one.
You can take that one.
So I have so many friends that have never had orgasms. They don't even know what it's like. They've asked me, what does an orgasm feel
They
like?
think that that's something that women can achieve because they don't know what they're doing. They think that I know women who didn't start to enjoy sex until they reached adulthood, which was like over the age of like 25. And even then, because they are having sex with all these men and they think that the pleasure is them pleasing the man. Like, I literally had a woman tell me that I thought sex was good because I pleased him. So you have a lot of women who have a self-serving, like they get off on serving the man instead of themselves as well, when really they don't know that sex can actually be amazing when you are both enjoying it in a safe covenant environment.
And again, there are books out there for all the gentlemen that don't know. I think a lot of men think that they're amazing and they don't even realize they don't know what the hell they're doing
Because they watch porn.
Because a lot of people watch porn and they think the girl thinks they got to make noises. And the guy thinks, oh, she's making noises. I must be doing it right. Whole pretend interaction. He's like, yeah, I'm getting it. And she's like, oh. It's like, have you ever seen the movie When Harry Met Sally? And she's like, I can fake an orgasm and you wouldn't even know. And she did it right in the restaurant. And he was like, whoa, like he didn't even realize that it was fake. But she's like, come on. Women know how to fake it. And I think guys think, yeah, I made her do it, so I'm awesome. And no one ever sits down and tells the guy, hey, I prefer it this way. I think, and especially if you're married, because a couple things about this. If you're married, you should want to please each other. So there should be conversations. There should be like, hey, this is what I like. This is what I don't like. There are books that you can read, rent, buy go to the library. There are books that you can learn how to please each other. There are counseling sessions that you can have. You can get a married couple who's been married successfully. Hopefully they're Christians as well, if you're a Christian, and they can tell you like the proper way to do it. And you can have conversations with married couples. I wouldn't have conversations with unmarried couples because they're living in sin. So like, is their advice really advice? You know? So I would have conversations about sex with people who are doing it a healthy way. And then where'd he go?
I don't know. He'll be back. He'll be back.
So easy with sex if communication is open. Have you ever done that? Have you ever told a guy like you're not doing it the way I like it? Because I know some women are afraid to.
No, I'm not afraid. Look, I gotta be in a relationship with you to do that. I've always been that girl where I'm like, no, there has to be some type of form of commitment. Because like the one time that like I tried to get involved with a guy that wasn't, I was like, this is not for me. Like, I don't like this whole idea of like not building some type of bond or relationship or commitment. There but I wish I would have had a more stronger voice and understanding of like commitment is marriage. So because relationship is like anybody can jump in a relationship for you to get what they want, right? So it's not that important it's important for a woman, but not as important for a man until he marries you, right? Like that's what it seems like they're saying. But I think Miss W.O. Or religion frowns upon women enjoying sex on their bodies. That is true. What's crazy is I grew up Pentecostal, and they told us that masturbation was a sin among women, but they never said it among men. That women were not allowed to explore their bodies and know what they like and what they want, but never spoke about men. They're saying, women, you're supposed to remain pure and and like, wait until your husband, like everything is about your husband being pleased, right? And they don't really tell you, they frown upon it. So a lot of women, I remember listening to a woman who said that her church and her parents preached against sex so much that when she got married, she felt like it was wrong to still have sex.
Yeah. And a lot of Christian couples, I've had so many Christian couples, because I grew up in the church. My dad was a pastor. I've had so many Christian couples who had that ideology, or it was shared with them. And the men, obviously men enjoy sex. They ended up divorcing their wives. Because like, my wife doesn't want to have sex. She feels like she's doing something wrong. But the wrong narrative is being pushed. And what she said is true within religion. But that's not what God actually says about it. That's not, he created it. Why would he create something that is wrong?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Oh, hey. Shout out to my member and Ma Daryl. But yeah, like I feel like I was taught to not, that it wasn't supposed to be pleasurable. So the ways of the world look more fun and appetizing than what my parents were teaching, what my grandparents were teaching, because they weren't trying to, it seems so far away, right? Like, wow, like everybody around me is having sex, everybody is enjoying it. It seems so far away. Why wait? Everybody else is not waiting. So why should I wait? Why, Kelly, tell me why it is important to wait.
Well, there's a few reasons why it's important. Thank you, Daryl. There's a few reasons why it's important to wait. Number one, that feeling that you felt with your second, you said, you don't have to feel that with your husband. You won't feel that feeling of, oh my God, I'm really stuck on this guy and it's not going to work out, because your marriage is supposed to work out. Number two, a man usually, this is going to sound bad.
Oh, go ahead. We being honest over here. Let us know the game.
I don't know.
We think differently of sex. And I think that's why women mess up. They think men think about sex the way they think about sex.
No. So sex is extremely important to a man. And my dad did stress this to us when we had the conversation.
That, Kelly.
You said explain it?
I need you to explain that, because it seemed like men just be throwing away penis. And throwing it here. You can have one. You can have one. You can have one.
So my father did explain this too. This is when we were older. When we each turned 18, he made us all sit down and he made us grab a pen and a piece of paper. And he said, I want you to write this down. I'm going to give you a list on how to keep your husband happy. And I laughed. I was like, Dad, you're funny. He's like, no, I'm serious. Get a pen and a piece of paper. And he gave us so many scriptures backing these principles. And sex was like on the top of the list. He was like,
what? Okay, you got to give me these scriptures. What these scriptures look like?
I don't remember them now. I just remember sex was it was like one of the main things. He's like, and he was like, when you're married, you cannot not having sex with your husband, because a lot of women say no, or have a headache, or not feeling well. He said, because when you get married, the two become one. So your body is not your own anymore. Your body is his body is yours. So it's actually considered defrauding your spouse if you constantly reject them. Now it's different if you're like on your cycle, or it's an impure time,
or he's being mean. Or he's being mean.
Nope, you're still not supposed to say no. Nope.
I see. That's where we're gonna have to just disagree because if
Nope.
the husband, so you telling me that if a husband was being not helpful around the house, being disrespectful, and you're worn out and tired, and he's not helping you, and you guys get in a big argument, and he's being disrespectful, you expect her to lay on her back and say, "Here you go."
You know, I had a mentor say to me one time, I don't know why when wives make such a fuss about having sex with their husband. She said, it's she said it takes so little time and it makes them so happy. It's like, and you know, it's actually a lot easier.
You're not happy. I feel like women, our bodies react like we're built different. We get stimulated off of emotion. Men get stimulated off of physical.
Mm-hmm.
So we are emotionally not feeling well.
That's true, but in a marriage, you're not supposed to use sex as a weapon.
Not as a weapon. You're not using it as a weapon. You're saying, I don't want to do this. If your husband, I'm not feeling it.
If your husband wants it, you're supposed to give it to him. I'm not talking about like making the R word okay, but like you're not supposed to be like, no, I'm mad at you. You can't have it. It's supposed to be like, okay, honey, we can do this. However, I'm upset. We can still talk about it.
Pretend you have a headache.
No. Never have a headache. That was actually one of the things on the list. Never have a headache.
What if it's a valid reason you have a headache? Like, what if you have a migraine?
Now it's different. If you're actually not feeling well, that's different. It's not like, no, I don't want to do it because I have a headache. You know what's funny? I actually saw a gentleman post this. He said he asked his wife.
Somebody did say that makes it a chore, and men don't enjoy that.
Yes, they do.
They do not like when it's a chore.
Yes, they do.
They like when you're interested.
Yes, they do. Well, then have this conversation. This is
okay. Really look, we have King Brother Mike. Mike, do you want to keep the camera on or off? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna bring you up. You don't have to keep it on. If you want to, you can. So I'm gonna bring you up right now. We have a man here. We would love to hear your take on this, or whatever take you wanted to come, because I know you dropped out earlier.
Yeah, I did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So maybe I missed out on the beginning when you guys were talking about virginity and stuff. Mm-hmm. Did I miss out on that or no?
Yeah, we talked about virginity. We talked about a lot, because we didn't even get to the point where it's a 123-year-old woman who is a virgin and how she wants to find her one. She's still waiting.
I need to see this.
Okay, can I play that for y'all?
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna play that and then we can share. But we did talk about virginity and how women are just young girls. Like when I wasn't taught to value it. It was just something forbidden to do. Like sex was something forbidden to do, you know? So for me, it's like, okay, well, I just want to get over with because it's not that special and everybody's doing it. So where does the peer pressure come in where women are just having sex and just getting over with? Like, I know young girls who are just having sex just to get it over with. Like, it's not special to them. It's not something that's like, oh my God, like I'm giving away because it's so special. But I do want to acknowledge my member, Matthew. Wait, no, not my member. Sorry. Matthew Washington for the $4.99. Thank you for the $4.99. That's a weapon. If I have to suffer consequences for voicing my opinion, that is a weapon. That's true. That's true. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the. I feel like we're all over the place. I'm sorry. That happens when BTaylor had too many bubbles. Okay, but we're gonna get into the 123-year-old version. So let me find that. Okay.
Of a man, and for 100 religious spirit of waiting that one day a man will emerge and embrace her sword. This woman here is 123 years old, and yes, she had never spent a night with the company of a man.
Cyokora kuri ubu ngubu mbega nanjye mwantera inkunga ako kagabo mukakambonera. we nitwa Tereziya Nyirakajumba rwose yego kuba guhise nikubiye ubu ndi isuti.
Untouched by intimacy and covered in wrinkles, Teresia has never seen the nakedness of a man, and for 122 years, she lives on with the unfulfilled desire, a defiant hope, and a courageous spirit of waiting that one day a man will emerge and embrace her soul. This woman here is 123 years old, and yes, she had never spent a night.
Okay. Sorry, I think I was frozen. Am I good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I had a comment that had over like 500 likes on it, and I said she lived to be 123 because she was untouched by a man. Okay. Maybe that's our superpower.
Like, don't you lose the desire the older you get?
No, I think the older a woman gets, the more she wants to do it.
So an 80-year-old woman still wants to knock boots.
Yes. If you are in the medical industry, you'll be surprised how many older women come in because they've been getting down.
You know what? I believe you.
Well, and then I want you to jump in. Mike, BTaylor, you were talking about feeling like you're missing out in high school when everyone was getting it in. Just imagine how she feels. that is true, baby. And by the time I hit like 60, I'm like, hey, I don't know. Okay, King Brother Mike, what would you like to say about this discussion?
Where'd he go?
Oh, what's up, man? I'm still.
What are we looking at here?
Wow, what are we looking at? Okay.
Oh, my bad. I thought I was on mute.
Yeah, you had us.
Your whole body from top to bottom.
To what?
I said we saw your whole body from top to bottom.
My bad. See, that's what's fun about having brothers on the show.
Okay, so what would you like to add to this conversation?
Okay, so I was gonna talk about myself, but well.
Are you still a virgin?
Yeah, yes, I am.
That is so rare. I feel like to hear a man admit that they are.
I had 3 sisters, 2 other brothers, but one passed away due to COVID. He didn't die due to COVID. He died during the COVID season. But it was very tragic. But anyway, the way I was brought up, man, I just was I learned to love, respect, honor Black women, and I had felt in high school that I was just picked over, and unwanted, and I used to like white girls, but that was for a season. That's like a year, and then I came into my I was woke before everybody else, but I understood my history from the church, and but I always wanted to date, and I'm like the old school romantic type. I'll write a letter how I feel about you.
Oh,
that's so sweet.
But
have you ever had a girlfriend?
Yeah, it was long distance, but it was cool. But
like what so do you feel like it was a choice by choice that you are a virgin, or did you want to keep that for marriage? Because that is an important context.
I would at least date a little bit more, but how I am, I think I probably would have waited, but what's that?
If you feel like you had like a chance to do that, would you have waited? And like, yeah.
I mean, I would have waited. I've always been curious, but I've learned, from my parents and just how spiritual and special it is to wait, because it's like,
Yeah.
um, you know, it's important because
May I ask your age now?
29,
29.
not to be 30, but you know, I've just
So is it
learned
true
from.
that it's more men? Because they do say that more men are virgins. And do you
I
think
don't know.
that women are not trying to get married? Like, what do you think the problem is?
All right, it's been a big issue. It's kind of like, um, there were always kind of nice dudes, but I feel like they didn't have a backbone. And you know, I've learned to stand up for myself and be more confident,
Mhm.
just as you know, black man, because I always lack confidence, because you know, it's like, you know, gotta make everybody different. You know, people
Mhm.
are gifted with um the comebacks, like roasting people, or you know, I always got down physical, man. But you know, it's
So
like,
you got made fun of for being a virgin?
um laughed at but respected.
Mm.
King Brother Mike,
Yeah,
who's your celebrity crush right now? Do you have one?
I mean, there's many, but you
Just
know,
give
I
me one.
used to like, okay, I used to like Ashley from Fresh Prince back in the day.
Okay. Ashley shows up in her prime at your door in a trench coat. She whips that bad boy up and there's nothing on it
Right.
under it. Do you stay a virgin? And she's like, King Brother Mike, I saw you on BTaylor show and I
You
want
funny.
you. Are you staying a
But
virgin? Are you taking that?
see,
I just need to know how strong you are when it's being thrown at you.
okay,
That's what
okay. I would have had to have known what was going on, because like, I'm a relationship loving type dude, and it's like, if it's playing, it's playing. But no, no, I do love what Megan Thee Stallion body type used to be. You know, I mean, I'm glad that she lost weight, but it's like, I like the thickness. But anyway,
Okay.
you know,
So are you waiting? So since you are a virgin, would you want a
mhm.
woman that's a virgin? Does
I
that
mean,
mean
I've
something
learned
to you?
that would be nice, but you know, if you have not been around with a whole bunch of dudes, hey, you know, um,
What if a woman comes to you and it's like, "Hey, I am a retired city girl, but I am ready to come and settle down.
3 kids.
Three kids, and she looks like the old Megan Thee Stallion body,
no,
And she's got an STD
you,
check. No, she's good there.
clean."
no, okay, 1 second now.
Look how men change it up over looks. They're like,
See,
"Oh
no,
well."
no, look, hold on. Now, I've been told that, you know, for maybe your second relationship, perhaps that's not the number one thing. But, you know, if we're in an end time situation, which we are in, um, uh, you know, I wouldn't be terribly against it. But, you know,
Trevor was like, "Stop scaring him. We're scaring you." We just want to know because you know what? It's not too many men who are proud to say that they are virgins or sustaining from sex. Um, I don't know, Kelly. What do you think personally? Like, if you can do things differently, if you can tell your younger self before she
ooh,
started having sex. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
one thing I would tell my younger self
Oh,
is, now, there's a couple people who I was attracted to in my church that I let go. And, you know, they were women of quality, but they messed with someone who thought was a good dude, but you know, now she's a single mother.
mm,
Now she still, in my heart, would say, a woman of value, virtue still. And and I'm not here to judge, but it saddens me that I didn't step up to talk to her when I was younger. And she dark brown, but anyway, I'm like, I love them.
Okay.
But both my parents black, but um oh, and I know this don't get scammed.
Uh-oh.
What? No, you got a story.
You got scammed?
Story.
Yeah, it was tough and sad.
No, you got a story. You said it.
No,
Tell the story.
No, 1 second, hold on.
He's like, well, okay. Well, while he goes and do that, Kelly, what
Okay.
would you tell your younger self? What would you tell your younger self before you became sexually active? What advice would you give your younger self? What you know now as a grown woman?
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest here.
Okay.
People in the chat might not like it, but I don't really care. I would tell my younger self to, okay. I think when I was younger, because my parents were married my whole life, so I thought that was the goal, right? Get married, have kids, be happy with your husband. I always thought that marriage is where happiness came from. You couldn't start your life. You could not be married. I mean, you couldn't be happy until you met your husband. So that's what I thought. And they show us this on cartoons, on movies, ever since we're little kids, little girls. The prince, he has to come to rescue us,
Yes.
and then we'll be happy. We are like little slaves, just cooking and cleaning until he comes to rescue us, and then we'll be happy. What I would tell my younger self is find happiness within yourself, because I find a lot of women are out there searching for a guy, and they're constantly searching and searching, and they're not building themselves. They're not pouring into themselves. They don't even find value within themselves. I say spend some time alone to get to know who you are. Then you are less likely to allow a man to just come in and ruin your peace. You will allow the right kind of guy, someone that's not going to come stir the pot, but come help you make a meal with it. Not to focus all of your attention on getting a guy, but focus on yourself. Because I read a book by Michelle McHammond, and she said, like, a man wants a woman that is enjoying her life, not someone that's sitting there like, pick me, I'm ready. It looks desperate. Nobody wants that. They want the woman that's like enjoying their life, and they're living the story, and they want to be a part of that story. It's like, you look like you're having a good time, and I want to have a good time with you, not sitting there waiting for you to take my ticket and hope you pick me. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's what your life is about. I think you should travel. I think you should read. I think you should educate yourself, learn a different language, like study things. And I'm not even talking about going to school and get an education, but experience life. Because once you do get married, your husband is your life.
That's true.
Put yourself to the side. I think so many women are so focused on getting the man, they don't take time for themselves, and then they'll get married and they'll find themselves unsatisfied or
get in a relationship and find yourself unsatisfied.
But your happiness shouldn't come from another person. It should be two happy people joining and making a happy relationship. Not like, I was waiting for you to be happy, now you're here and I'm still not happy.
And then you think he's the problem, and he's not. It's you.
Right. It's you. Right. If you don't even like yourself, why would he like you? You don't even want to spend time alone with yourself. I will go to the movies by myself. I'll go have lunch by myself. I'll go do things by myself. And guess what? A lot of people want to hang out with me because I look like I'm having a damn good time. I'm like, oh my God, y'all should be here. Like, oh my God, look at all this. I'm having fun. And I get invited so many places because people are like, you look like you're always having fun. Can you come bring that fun over here? So many places. So I think that people, they focus so much on getting the guy. And I think when you are who God ordained you to be, which it takes you time to discover that in yourself, the right man will find you, which is what's supposed to happen anyway. When he finds a wife, he finds a good thing. He's supposed to be seeking you out. You're supposed to be minding your damn business.
That's true. So
that's what I was telling yourself.
Good. I'm sorry. I think I cut you off.
That has nothing to do with sitting on lots of penises. That's just enjoying it. Not sleeping around.
The city girl life is not what you think it is. And if you look closely and pay attention, you would see a lot of them women are not happy. That's why they're always in the club. That's why they're always drunk. That's why
Right.
they're always partying. That's why they're always looking for validation. That's
And
why
they
they're
look,
always going to go
they
get
look
these
run
sweet
down. They look
girls.
run down.
Yeah, it's
You
not a
get
peaceful
ran
place.
down. And at the end of the day, young Miami, I know she's enjoying her city girl life, but I'm pretty sure if she sits down and think about it, she sat out in an interview and said, I can be a city girl. I don't want this to be my daughter because I was raised to be a city girl. I was raised to be a city girl, but I don't want my daughter being raised the way I was raised. So she feels like it's too late for her because she's so experienced out there. Because let me tell you something. When you give a man your body, let's talk about the soul ties. Can we talk about the soul ties for a minute and how hard it is to break away from that man? That man could be gone for years. And for some reason, he's still popping up in your head. For some reason, you can still feel his touch. You can still feel the way that he touched on you and loved on you. And sometimes you could be having a good day, and all suddenly, something in here start heart palpitations. You start feeling depressed. You start having anxiety, and that doesn't even belong to you. That belongs to that man. But because y'all are soul tied, you feeling whatever he's going through. So whatever karma he's going through, whatever situation he's going through, you're feeling it too. So that's why I say it's important to protect yourself, not just physically, because a lot of people don't talk about how many STIs are out there. You know, people don't talk about that. I've had my own.
People are always worried about getting pregnant.
Oh.
Do STDs not exist anymore?
Yeah, they do exist. It's just that people glamorize sex. Social media glamorize sex. Like you hear about these sneaky links, right? And all these girls saying, like they literally, women would say, get ready with me for my D appointment, my penis appointment. They are literally filming them doing things to get ready to go and have sex with a man. And they look at it and it has thousands of views of women sitting there saying, I'm about to get ready to have a D appointment with my sneaky link. That man can have a girlfriend. That man can have a wife. That man can have a baby mama. And here you are about to leave your safe home to go lay up under a man that you know you got to wake up and that's not your man. He don't belong to you. He don't have no commitment to you. And then you're going to wake up the next day being lonely and by yourself thinking about the night before. You may have fun that night, but you got to wake up in the morning and deal with those consequences. And as someone who,
and some of those consequences are lifelong,
whether it's a
STD or a baby or a soul tie.
And a lot of women are having babies with sneaky links. Okay, let's talk about that. Because when you have, and then you be wondering why and be mad, like women, we got to stop thinking just because we laid that this man is sleeping with us, he must like us. Or why he keeps sleeping with me and he keep messing with me, that means he like me. No, honey, he's just going to take what you keep giving him. Because men think about sex differently than women. Women will have sex with a man because we like you and we want you to like us. Men will have sex with women because you're just giving it to them and it's something. I don't know. What do you think, Kelly? Or what do you think, Mike? I know he's still like, I don't know, but men think about sex very differently than women.
They do. I've actually had to walk through deliverance for a soul tie, and it's not easy.
It's not easy. I was just telling, it's not easy breaking them soul ties. Once you have a soul tie and that man's a narcissist or something,
you're attached to them.
Years to recover from that.
So I'm gonna be transparent here. My first was actually my son's father, and we were engaged to be married, and we're like, we're getting married anyway, let's just do it. And in my mind, we're gonna be married and it's just okay. But when we got engaged, he ended up being physically abusive. So I was like, ew, this is not going to work. So not only do we have a child now, but we also have a soul tie because he was my first. I was in my mid-20s, and I remember thinking it took me 4 years to get over him, and there was no one else. And I could not get over him. I could not get over him. And I know a lot of people would say, oh, you got to get under someone else to get over him. Like, no, there was none of that. I could not get over him. So to the point where everything I did, everything I everything, everywhere I went, I would see him. I would think of him. That reminded me of him. Everything. If I would hear a word, I'm like, he used to say that. Like everything would bring him back to my memory. And it is demonic. Like they bring it back up. So you can't let it go.
Yeah.
And there are actually demons they're assisting in this. So to break a soul tie, you actually have to go through spiritual deliverance. And I remember calling my godmother, who's a prophetess and a spiritual warrior. She does spiritual warfare. And she came over and like it took hours. And we were writing. She's like, write down everything that makes you think of him. Write down everything. And I'm filling up pages. And then she's like, okay. She's like doing this and we're praying over it. And then at the end of it all, she was like, okay, now take this piece of paper, fold it up. We burnt it. And then she's like, now take everything that you think of. And she's like, I want you to envision like putting all those thoughts into a suitcase. Right. And so I'm putting everything in the suitcase, spirit, like in my mind. And she's like, now take that suitcase and walk down the boardwalk. Right. This is happening on my, she's like, walk down the boardwalk, drop the suitcase in the water. Right. And then she's like, watch it float away. All of it's gone now. Right. And I was like, okay. And we're praying. There was tongues. There was, oh my God, it was anointing of oil. It took forever, but I wanted it gone. I was like, I do not want to feel this way about him. I do not want to think of him all the time. I want this to be gone. And then I remember after that, like it was hours. I think we were like 4 hours. And I was thinking like, after that, it was a lot. It was like, it was sweating involved. It was prayer. And I was like, I don't want to be with him anymore. Like, there was that longing was gone. And that longing was gone. I remember the next time I saw him, because it's really hard when they're your child's parent, because you can't get away from them. You have to constantly see them. I remember the next time I saw him, that feeling wasn't there anymore. I wasn't like, I wasn't like trying to catch his gaze. Like, did he look at me? Like, it took me 4 years. And when we finally did that, after 4 years, we finally did it. After that night, that was the first time I was able to just be around him and not be longing for us to be together anymore.
Wow.
So people don't go through that.
Yeah.
But that's constantly what's happening to people, but they don't take the time to get delivered from it. And it's not easy.
When you open the door for a demon, he takes 7 more with you. So every time you let me tell you something. This is how I think of sex.
That's right. It is like fighting an addiction.
It is like fighting an addiction because
it was supposed to be a covenant. So the way soul tie was explained to me is if you take 2 planks of wood and you glue them together, they're supposed to stick together forever. But once you rip them apart, there's parts of that wood that are left on that wood, and so there's parts of you that get stuck with that person. There's parts of that person that get stuck on you. There can never be a clean sever. Yeah. Only God can do that. Only God can take away.
Ooh, yes. You can't stop assessing. This is how you know you have a soul tie. This is how you know. This is how I knew I had a soul tie. Is when I would be driving and I would be jamming out to music or thinking about something. And all suddenly, when I'm by myself, I start having like my heart start racing. I feel like I can't breathe. And that person is weighing heavy on my brain and my chest. It's like, I literally feel like I can't breathe. And I'm like, why am I thinking about this person so hard? Like, why am I thinking about this person so hard? It's because they're also thinking about you, or because of that soul tie that you have on that person, right? With that person, you have a soul tie that's so deep. Because when you lay down with that person, you're not only laying down with them, you're laying down with every person that they didn't lay down with. So one time I had an ex and my anger was like, okay. But the women that I found out that he messed with were women who were traumatized, dealing with sexual assault, women who were angry, women who were just so messed up, right? And then I had the nerve to date him and lay down with him without him even, having some type of change or cleaning of his own spirituality. I remember I would just get so angry. I would just get so mad and just have these like raging like outbursts. And I was like, where is this coming from? And it wasn't me. It was the women that he was with previously and their energy entering inside of me. I'm telling you, y'all, it's a spiritual.
Wow. It is. And people just do it recklessly. Like, night after night with different people. They're not even realizing the spiritual consequences. They think about the physical, the babies, the STDs. They don't realize there's spiritual things that are being attached to you. And women, you were asking about the difference between how men think about sex and how women. So for men, a man can have sex with you like he uses the bathroom. Like it's something I gotta get this release. I gotta bust a nut. It's like doom, sex. They don't care. They care about sex with a woman when they care about the woman. For women, women have to have sex with you before they care about you. Now, I've had sex with you. Now I'm connected to you. Yeah. Women can't just go around. I mean, unfortunately, nowadays it's happening, but it wears on them when they're constantly going from one guy to the next. And it doesn't just wear on your physical body; it also wears on your appearance. Have you ever seen those women and you see them and they're 25, but they look 35, and it's like.
It's like a lot of young women who are now looking older than the older women. Like there's women who you would think that they're like in their 30s and they're really like 20. Mm-hmm. And you're like, what is going on? And
the city girl life, the drugs, the partying, the sex, like all of that wears on you.
Yeah, it does.
She did not look 123. Probably because she's not living that disgusting lifestyle. The Bible says the wages of sin is death. And if you're constantly living in sin, you are going to look like you are about to die. The wages of sin is death. That's the payment for sin is death. So you're going to
get somebody who looked like what they were going through, like what they went through. You could tell somebody had like a hard knock life because you could see it in their eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Drugs, alcohol, sex, partying, all of that wears on your appearance. They'd be like, girl, I don't look a day over. You'd be like, you must have had a hard 35 years because we're the same age.
I would say women that it may sound easy to say preserve yourself because it doesn't sound realistic in today's world, because let's be honest, a lot of men are not, they want to test it out before they marry you. And so what do you say to a woman who wants to preserve her body, but these men are saying, well, I gotta test something out before I marry her? So
a man that really wants you will wait.
But that's so much easier than said, because think about it. You're talking to women who are probably waiting and getting passed over. That's being passed over for men that they really like. Like, come on now. Like, think about it, Kelly. Like, think about a guy that has all the attributions. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. He has all the qualities that you want, right? He's educated, he's smart, he seems like he comes from a good family, like he's fit, he's like really taking care of himself, he's fine as hell, and he's really nice, and he, is attractive, right? And you see him and it just seems like you're being passed up as soon as he says, you don't have that much experience, or you're a virgin, I don't want you to get caught up on me. For some reason, men need to also understand that they also set the tone. If they're sitting up here saying, we don't want women to be city girls and not have all these body counts, but then telling the girls who don't have sex all the time that they need more experience, then what message are you sending? Because I've had a few girls come to me and say, I haven't had a lot of experience with men. And so once I'm dating a guy and I tell him that, he tells me, you need to get out there a little bit more. What does that mean?
I do not care what a man says. At the end of the day, a man will value a woman more that does not put out. You can actually get more from a man when you don't put out, because men are hunters. They're trying to get that prize. They're trying. I want to get it. And guess what? When you don't give it to them, let's say, and I'm not saying sleep with men for money. That's not what the message is. Not the message. But I'm just saying, like, a man will pursue you. He will court you. He will be like, oh, let's go out. Let's spend more time, because he's trying to get to that goal. And he will do whatever it takes. I promise you, if every woman today just did a little leg snap, I'm not putting out till marriage, so many marriages would take place. So many.
That is true. I do feel like white women, it was a trend on TikTok, and I was going to make a video about this, where it was a wedding dress trend, where you take a picture, a video of yourself, and it's like, it dresses you up in a wedding dress. So women still fantasize about being married, but we can't expect that men are not rushing to marry us because there's so many Jezebels that's putting out for free.
No. Because
Prototype Dad and Lexi.
men do what they have to do to get what they need. If marriage was required, everybody would be married. Sorry, we cannot have sex unless we're married. So many rings within like a month.
That is true. That is true. But how many divorces would be
how many proposals? Just ladies, go 1 month without having sex. Every woman on earth.
Now it's too many women that's been too out there where they not gonna join. So I before we get to our guests, because welcome Prototype Dad and Lexi. I want to give a shout out to Dark Lake Revive for the $10 super chat. You guys are speaking truth. But when men say that women should prioritize relationships in their younger years to avoid all these toxic soul ties, why is there so much pushback? Good question. Oh, also Dark Lake, send me, put in the chat what's your favorite bubbly drink, because you are the sponsor of the show tonight. The highest super chat. So thank you. I would say
if someone does a higher super chat.
So this is the thing. When men say it, it is a little bit where women get pushback when men say it, right? Because men contradict themselves. Because when you're younger, men are passing you up because you are a virgin, because you're holding out. They are not trying to say, oh, I'm going to marry you. They're going to go on to the next Tatiana and go to her because she's going to be giving it up. So that's where I feel like there's some contradiction, because a lot of men will say, I don't want to talk to no virgin. So it's like a shameful thing when women are not proud to say, I want to hold out. And also, I think women also need to grow into maturity before they get married, because people do grow apart. That's why you got a lot of couples who got married young and then get divorced in their like 30s or so, because they're two different people. So I don't know. I'm going to let Prototype Dad, welcome to the podcast. Hello. Welcome to
What's going on, ladies?
Hello. What would you like to say about all of this?
No, so I mean, you were going on a tangent, and then kind of, Kelly kind of kicked it in. So she's absolutely right about how men perform. You know what I'm saying? As far as if women made us wait, then women would be married. That kind of deal. You know what I'm saying? If a dude's like passing you up because you're a virgin, he just don't like you. You know what I mean?
Oh, wait, hold on. That's a little hurtful. Say that again. Say that a little slower.
He will wait.
If a man wants you, he'll wait. He'll wait easy. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you've let somebody enter that zone before, you know what I'm saying? Like, me personally, like if someone's gotten there before me and you're trying to make me wait, then no, I'm not going to stick around. You know what I mean? So the celibate thing don't work. But if you was a virgin and the dude's passing you up, he's just not into you.
Okay, so what? Okay, that I'm gonna think back on my older, like my younger self, right? Like when I think that's something hard a lot of women can't take is a man rejecting you. Because when a man rejects you and you feel like you meet all these qualities, they always end up with well, why not me? Why not me?
I mean, maybe she's not attractive. You know what I'm saying? Like, can it just be clear as that? Like.
But what if she's trying? Maybe she is in the gym. Maybe she is cute, but maybe not his type. So because I feel like when you say that, there's a lot of women who are not able to like digest that. And I understand where that comes from.
A man with a preference?
A man with a preference. That's why they get so mad about a man dating a woman that look a particular way. Oh, he always dates because it's a woman's ego. I think it's a little bit bigger than men, so that women can't take rejection.
Well, I mean, me personally, like my preference is you got to look good at the Christmas party. You know what I'm saying? So the rule of thumb is look good at the Christmas party. But I'm a professional guy. You know what I'm saying? So for other guys, it depends on their profession. You know what I'm saying? Like rappers, like stripper look, you know what I mean? That's not my style. So if you got blue hair, that's not what I'm going for. So it all depends on what kind of guy, you know what I'm saying, that you're interested in or you want or, infatuated with at the time. You know what I'm saying? A guy's going to pick what's going to make him look good in his peer group. He's going to pick what's going to make him look good, you know, with his family. You know what I'm saying? He want his uncle to be like, that's you, nephew. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we want that. So, I mean, if you're not doing that, then that's basically what it is.
Okay.
Every girl don't fit that.
Every girl don't fit that. So, okay. So how long? So a woman should wait until what? What would you recommend as a man? How long should a woman wait until marriage?
So she's married.
Or
she's married for 100.
What you mean, for the first time?
So she's married for 100.
Yeah, to lose her virginity? Oh, keep it as long as you can until you get married.
I'm not talking about virginity. I'm talking about celibacy, because a lot of women are not virgins.
I don't agree with that, so I don't know.
What? So you feel like okay, why is that? Why is it that, like, okay, say for me, I'm like, I want to be celibate until I'm married. Why is that not realistic?
Because it's like somebody's getting it.
No, it's not. Why do y'all think that? Like,
but even okay, so let's say nobody's getting it, right? And
right, cobwebs down there for that.
But it depends on like, after those conversations, like how many's been there. You know what I mean? You're not going to tell me there's been 10 bodies down there, and then on the 11th, I'm the 11th, and I gotta wait for you. No, I'm good.
Okay, I have a scenario prototype. Let's say the woman loses her virginity to a gentleman, and the guy ends up being like a rake or abusive or something that, you know, that was understandably so. And then she's like, you know what? I'm gonna wait until I'm married. But it's only been one guy.
No, that's straight.
That's okay. Okay, because
that's straight. It's like, have you been in relationships all these times? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you've only been in relationships with guys you've been with, then I'd be like, okay, then that's the protocol. This girl needs a relationship for me to be with her. You know what I'm saying? But that got to be the protocol. But let me find out you had like a one night stand, and then you made me wait 30 days. You know, we got a problem.
30 days. That's it.
I think that women who make men wait are the women who actually like them more.
Yeah, that's a terrible thing. I don't know why I do that.
Because women feel like, I want you to value me. I think women who go into it having sex easily with a man don't really care.
You're gonna have to bring your value a different way. You know what I'm saying? Like, the sex value is gone already. You already lost that one. You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna make me value. What's gonna make me value at that point is you being a good woman to me. Like, damn, she paid attention to me. Damn, she picked up where I needed. Man, I needed that kind of advice. Man, she gave me some peace here. Man, I came home and, you know, she made me something to eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to show me value.
That is so simple.
In other ways. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he got kids, like, you know, man, she, you know, like, if he's a single dad or whatever, like, man, like, she really looked after my kids. Like, you know, when I went to the store, like, it's that kind of stuff. You got to show me value that way. But the sex value is gone. You can't really prove value to me sexually if you already had sex with other people. You know what I'm saying? So,
wow. So she can't prove. Well, okay. So what about women who are like, I want to reserve myself now, even after I'm a born again virgin through the Christ Lord, and I want to do it the right way. So you're saying that you don't think that there is no right way after?
No, I mean, after the value's gone, nah. You know what I'm saying?
The value is never gone, though.
It is.
As valuable as a virgin, no. But I don't think that she is valueless.
I'm not saying she's valueless. I mean, like I said, now the value has to come in those other intangible ways. Now you got to, like, act like a wife. You know what I'm saying? But like, you got to make my life easier at that point.
But a virgin will also need to meet those requirements as well. She just can't just come
eventually. There's more grace for her. There's way more grace for her.
But men don't. Okay, let's be honest here, because a lot of men don't have a lot of those grace, because what comes with that is the attachment that she doesn't know what she's doing. You have to teach her something.
We love to teach y'all. We love teaching.
No, okay. I feel like that's cap, because I've heard a lot of men sit here and tell other women that they don't want to teach them. They don't got time for that. They just don't understand.
Those are men that don't understand what it is to be a man yet. But I know
what age can those?
It's no age limit. There's no age limit on that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, certain men know that I'm out to, you know, teach my woman how to be my woman. A man's going to know that. You know,
he needs to cultivate her
a little bit. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Lexi,
So
I don't know if you're still there, but just jump in wherever you fit in. Hey, babe.
Hi.
Hey.
How
Sorry,
you
I
guys
know we
doing?
get to talking up here, and I didn't want you. I know you've been patiently waiting. So if you wanted to jump in and say anything, please do.
All right. Well, first of all, hey everyone. Hi Kelly. Hi Prototype and
Lexi.
BTaylor.
Hey.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and talk about, how I view like when you're trying to save yourself, like whether you're, especially when you're a virgin, like the aspect of virginity. I look at it from more of a spiritual aspect because I feel like it's protection of your mental and your spiritual discernment. Because I feel like once he goes there with you, when you guys are in the act of having sex, it's like, especially if it's your first time, he knows that you're going to get attached to him quickly. And he knows once he gets you in the bed, he also has your mind too, mind, body, and spirit. And that's the reason why it's so hard to always get over that first person.
That's true though. I mean, my first, like I told y'all earlier, I didn't really care for my first. I care more about my second than my first, like, because I didn't want to get caught up on my first, so I didn't make him special.
She tricked herself.
I tricked myself mentally, and that's really messed up to think about it. And I wouldn't want any woman to think of it like that. But I'm finding that the younger women in my life do have that mindset where they're like, I just wanted to do it just because. And I'm like, no, you gave away. I'm more heartbroken that they gave away their virginity, because I'm like, no, you were supposed to keep this. You were supposed to be special, because there's so many girls giving it away that it is becoming rare to be a virgin. It is so rare for a woman to be a virgin this day and age in 2023. Iris Bloom.
Howdy, ladies. How are you?
Good.
Sorry, I'm off camera. It's 11 p.m. where I am, and I'm working on scheduling for work. And so I'm in my PJs. Nobody's, wants to see all that.
No, you're good.
To say.
I mean, they're cute PJs, mind you, but I feel like I should look professional on the camera. This gentleman, Prototype, has like really cool headset. I'm on my iPhone, so
you're good. You're good. Thank you for joining the conversation. What would you like to add? It's been a lot that's been said.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm kind of on cue. I've been watching the show. You ladies are doing a great job with the gentleman who stepped on. I think it's been great. I love hearing a different point of view. I think it's really important to keep a balanced thought process. So just wanted to know, where are we at in the conversation? What would you like to be shared or added, or
I would like to know, because I know you specifically. I'd like to know your take on it, because I know that you are a woman of God, and I also know that you studied courtship, and I know you teach that to young girls. So
I
did.
No, I think that'll be a fun place to start courtship. You mentioned his name's Josh Harris. He wrote Kiss Dating Goodbye. But I studied, I probably read over 30 books in regard to I'm the kind of person, my parents always told us to study for ourselves. Before Google was a thing, and even now that Google's a thing, I think it's important to just be well informed. We were never taught to just eat what we were fed. It was important that even if my parents gave a viewpoint, that we went out and made informed decisions, or we learned a little bit more so we could have informed decisions. So for me, I didn't want to just eat what was given to me. I wanted to figure out, is this a thought process I want to align with, or can I think outside the box myself? So for me personally, I always wanted to date with a purpose. I was never the girl that, because my friends were doing it, and BTaylor, I heard you had your girls that were like, oh my God, sex is so great. You should get out there.
Pressure.
And I hear you. I think we all had that peer pressure, but I heard what they were saying, but I also watched how they acted. I looked at their eyes. I was there when the guy broke their heart. We all had those friends we nursed back to health. We all have those friends that we watched them get pregnant in their teen years or out of wedlock. And yes, they were living like this, what seemed like what we saw on the television, but then the aftermath and what they had to deal with. and what society thought of them. And not just that that's the important part, but how they had to process what society was saying about them, and the stigma of being a single mom or a pregnant teen mom, and just everything that they had to deal with at such a young age, trying to keep a job outside of high school, losing their childhood just because they wanted a couple of seconds of pleasure. Now they have a lifetime of responsibility. So it's like weighing these things. For me, my parents were very serious about like, hey, if you want to date focus, you could do that in college. Right now it's sport and school. We were all athletes growing up. And so my sister made a good point. This is something I've taught many girls, and you guys could take it or leave it. I'm never offended if somebody doesn't care for my thought process, but I'm more about seeing somebody become a whole person. I'm more about seeing somebody succeed in life. And I think I work with youth. I think healthy conversations are important. Being transparent with kids are important because they know when you're lying to them anyway. So I think it's very important that, like my sister said, it's important that they had these conversations with adults. We've been where they're trying to go. And it's more valuable that they get the wisdom from us than trying to figure it out between each other. And then you got a whole bunch of a generation full of hurt kids because they've turned sex into a sport. When we were younger, at least, you were looking for the one. You thought, if I give it away, I'm in love, or you gave it away because you're like, this person cares about me. Now it's almost like everybody's desensitized and these kids are just going at it. They're not trying to have heart connections at all. We were still listening to love songs. I'll be honest, these kids love our songs from the 90s and the early 2000s because why? It had heart. They feel something. They're not feeling anything in this generation. They're acting out things that they're seeing on television. And to me, it's saddening and it's dangerous. So they're not even looking for a connection. They're just out there, just putting themselves out there, trying to mimic what they're seeing on TV. No one's talking to them about anything. So I'll step back. For me, watching, I hear what my parents are saying. I hear what the Bible's saying, but I'm all about like kind of let's see how does this play out, and my sister's right. And we had a lot of guys that liked us, but my dad was very serious about you need to develop yourself. What do you bring into the table one day? And not just to benefit a man, but you want to make sure that like you're valuable. And it all started with our parents letting us know. Like I never felt like I was unloved. I never had to look for love in a dude's eyes because my parents were like very serious about like, hey, we love you, we're proud of you, we appreciate you. And I feel sad for those that don't have that. So I'm not trying to mock anybody who didn't have that growing up, but I'm just saying personally, I never felt that void of like, I need a man to fill me with some love. Like, no, I'm good. I'm excited about like exploring the world. I wanted to see the world. I wanted to focus on like, I know this sounds so nerdy, but I love learning languages. I love music. I love the arts. So like, if I'm filling my life with so many different things that I'm trying to learn and access because I want to be a well-rounded individual, I really didn't have time to date. You know what I mean? My head was in a book, and I'll be honest, my sisters and I are all very curvy women. So it's not like we're not good looking. We're walking down the hallway. Of course, the dude's like, hey, you got a big booty. And I'm like, touch it, you'll die. You know what I mean? So like, I valued who I was. I valued what I was putting inside of myself. And I would tell my friends the same thing. Like, listen, and to men too, I'm not downing men. You have so much to give too. These guys, you're valuable too. And I think if we teach teenagers to focus more on the things that they're not teaching in school, but like, balancing a checkbook, investments, cryptocurrency, how to prepare for your 401k, prepare for retirement. I know this might seem silly, but if we're teaching them things on how to build their life and giving them life skills and they have a healthy outlet, you won't be or sports, you won't be so focused on, the next girl you want to smash. Why? Because you have so much value in your future. I work with a lot of student athletes, and I'm not saying that they're not making silly decisions here and there, but I swear to God, they're more focused than the regular youth that I've worked with because they have goals, they have dreams, they don't have time for regular drama. So they don't find themselves in the same situation that you see most youth because they have a projected finish. And I think that is something that I'm really concerned about with the masses of youth. They're so idle. They're so focused on replicating what they see on TikTok. They're not taking time to get to know themselves at all because they want to be like everybody else and do the same dance 100 times. No disrespect to TikTok, but it drives me crazy. I'm like, I've seen that 1,000 times. Y'all can't change up the moves. Okay. Go to a dance, y'all will crack up. If it's not a TikTok song, they can't dance to it.
What are you? So what you're saying? I'm so spiritually moved by it, and thank you for just blessing this panel because you're coming from like a viewpoint that's so important because I'm trying to think about when I was a teen and why I did not value my body because I wasn't taught to. And I think a lot of young girls, they got introduced to sex very young.
Yeah.
There was a post where women were saying that older men were targeting them when they were younger. And I think if we want to specifically talk about the Black community, where it's a lot of young Black women who were sexually traumatized. So being introduced to sex in such a traumatic way by a supposedly supposed to be a trusted adult,
Right.
that sometimes framed the mindset for a lot of these women that is all what they are worth. Right. And then those women are influencing other women who are like, okay, she's the it girl. She's getting attention. She's getting all the boys because I'm not going to lie. Like I've always been boy crazy. Like that was something I just, people would tell me like, oh my God, BTaylor's boy crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I love boys. I'm scared to talk to them, but I love them. Like, cause I was looking for validation in that because I would look at Cinderella, I would look at these fairy tales, I would look at Disney and these love stories, and I'm like, if I can find that would make me feel special, that would make me feel good about myself, that would make me feel loved, that would make me feel fulfilled, that would make me feel like what I was missing. So what do you say? And what would be your advice to those women? And anybody can jump in, but Idris, I really just want to hear because you're just so like full of so much wisdom. And I feel like it's a spiritual shift that you're pulling us towards, that young girls like me when I was younger need to hear this.
Yeah, and I love mentoring young women, but I have just as much compassion for young men. I've had opportunity to kind of be like a auntie or motherly voice for young men too, and they've been so transparent with me on like how women are treating men or young girls are treating men now, and it's appalling. Like they'll tell me, they call me Miss Iris. Miss Iris, like I bought a girl like everything that, I'm not gonna lie, in the 90s and 2000s, if a guy bought me all this stuff, I would have thought he loved me. And these girls are like, I bought her a bear, I wrote her a song, I did this and that. And I'm like, say what? And then the way she responded to me, she broke my heart. I was like, what did she say? And it's like some of these young girls are almost wanting guys to pay them to date them. When did that happen? I'm sorry. Yes. I might be a little old school. When did this weird shift happen? And I'm like, and so I have to mentor these young guys. There's still great young men out there. There's still like really like sweet gentlemen, guys that really care. And I think the part that really bothers me is we demonize men, but sometimes the way girls act towards men makes them those bad boys that we think they're the devil, they're the bad ones. But what about what we're doing to them? So I'm all about making sure that we have a healthy balance. I teach this course every year. I usually get when I say older, a gentleman who's like at least 30 and above. Sometimes they're fathers, sometimes they're coaches, men that I believe really care about like raising up the next generation. I partner with them because some of these kids don't have mothers or fathers. Like moms are missing these days. Dads are, deadbeat dads, or some of this just one parent home. So sometimes they need that balance. So I always tell the guy, I need you to talk to them like as this is your daughter, or this is your son. I don't want anybody to have stigma. We're coming from a place from the heart. I need us to teach them what respect looks like. Nobody's teaching the men how to respect women, and nobody's teaching these girls how to respect themselves. But you guys want them to somehow figure this out by themselves, and then we get mad when they're running the streets. Well, who's stopping and talking to them? So if we go back when we were younger, whether you had a mom or dad in the house or not, the whole neighborhood was watching out. So if somebody stepped in, they were not, doing some things right, Miss Jenkins would tell you about yourself. And then she'd tell your mama about yourself. I'm just saying. There was always that woman in my neighborhood. They were always watching everything and everybody. So you go ahead and step out of line. She's telling your mom, she's telling your grandma, somebody's going to know, but you were held accountable. So you wanted to act a fool. Guess what? Somebody's going to let you know, your friend is running the street. So your daughter's running, somebody's going to know. So somebody's going to check you. But in this generation, we're also focused on our phones. We're also focused on, you know, being a brand, and nothing against that, but it's like we're forgetting somebody has to tell the next generation. So I'll be very completely honest with them. I'm not mad at you, young man. You don't even know how to treat this young lady. Did you understand that the way you talk to her is considered disrespectful? No, Miss Iris, I was just trying to get her phone number. I was like, well, when a girl says no, you just have to respect that. There's another girl out there that's going to appreciate you, but this one said no, so it's okay to let it go.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Iris, I get you, buddy. I respect that. She's a beautiful young lady. Because I'm not going to sit up here and I think what people did in our generation, which was the imbalance, they spent so much time telling us everything was wrong, but they didn't explain why it was quote unquote wrong. So that I feel like brings insecurity for a kid. You're like, okay, well, like you said, everybody's out there having sex. It does look fun. It does look great on the movies, but there's a time and a place for all that beauty. And there's a special person you're supposed to give that to. So nobody's talking about that. You're saying it's bad, bad, bad. But why is it bad? And you're wrong. It's not bad. It's wrong when it's the wrong time. It's wrong when it's given to multiple partners. And now you're sitting up there with the STD and nobody's explained to you that your acts, your behaviors, you need to protect yourself, set you up for something that you can't get rid of for the rest of your life.
Wow.
Or your act of passion has set you up where now you have to be a parent and you're not even ready because you're a baby yourself. But nobody talked to you about it. But we can point fingers at that poor girl. But nobody told her.
Right.
So that's the part that probably frustrates me the most. I think we're way past the part. This generation is very open with conversation. So if they want to have it, I feel like the right adults need to be in place to talk to them about it and make sure they have wisdom. They have guidance, they have instruction. And if they make informed decisions and they still make bad decisions, then they have to take ownership of consequences that follow. And that's hard even for adults. Let's be real. So
whew, that is a word.
Come on.
I'm like, oh my God. I did not know that. I mean, I knew because we've been on a panel together, but Jesus Christ, I should have had you from the beginning because this is healing for me. Because why I wanted to have this is when she talked about the hymen, she talked about the spiritual aspect.
Yeah, she was there for that conversation.
Yeah.
It's sad to me that I had that type of mindset because I looked down on the girls that were holier than thou because I didn't relate to them. I didn't feel like, okay, like your parents talk to you, your parents talk about sex with you, your parents talk about self-worth and body, and you wearing this purity ring, and you know, like I did not have boundaries for myself. Like I thought of it like, oh, they just think they're so much better. And like, you know, then I was hanging around the wrong type of girls because I was so sheltered, right? And my parents were like, you can't go to the movies by yourself. You can't go to parties. You can't go to sleepovers. You can't go anywhere. You are not trusted. So they already did not trust me. And I didn't give them a reason to not trust me. They just automatically did not trust me, which means that they didn't have any communication with me about anything because they automatically thought of me as a bad problem child with bad decisions.
No, BTaylor, if I may, I don't think they didn't trust you. I think they didn't trust the people that could be around you. We were given the same rules, but they explained to us, like sometimes when you go to sleepovers, the brother or the father will come in and rape the girls or touch the girls. Yeah. Or they would say, hey, when you go to parties, there's some guys that don't believe in boundaries and they'll slip stuff in your drink. So, you know, there were certain ages we were allowed to do this stuff, but we were very well informed. My dad said, don't you dare put down your drink. I don't care where you are. Don't feel comfortable enough. You better keep your drink in hand or ask for a new one. You know, and he was always like, be circumspect. So people thought we were sheltered, but we were just well informed. So he let us make our own decisions. Like he was like, this is the age you can do it because I want you to be smart enough to be wise. Because we have I don't want to go too much. We have a loved one who went to a party, nobody informed her, and they slipped something in her drink, and she became the mockery of the whole school because not only did they rape her, but they posted her her undergarments up where everybody could see it. They wrote on it. I mean, everybody knew it. I mean, she quit school. You know what I mean? So, you know, not everybody is a kind person. Not everybody's looking out for your best interest. So I do think men and women, because we want to talk about it, but boys get molested too. But they just don't talk about it. They get molested more than women. They just don't talk about it. So we could sit up here and like look at men as like they're the ones stealing everything, but somebody probably stole something from them, and that's the only form of love or touch or feel that they felt. And so now they're going out and they're traumatizing other people, but they had trauma first, but nobody would let them talk about it. So to me, and sometimes when people talk about city girls, street girls, I don't look at women that are women of the night or even virgins any differently. Like, I think sometimes women are put into situations, they have to make decisions because maybe they don't have fun, so they go out and sell themselves. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it, but some people feel like that's the only way. So for me, I care about all of them. I wish I could set that woman up where she doesn't feel like she has to give her body away. If you understand what I'm saying. Like, I don't demonize either one. I just look at them like, hey, sometimes we're put in situations in life and we make decisions, whether informed or well-informed or ignorant. And sometimes I just wish there were wiser people that would have told us how to better go about it.
So what would you say to the girls who probably gave away their virginity, or probably had their moment in high school and now they're entering the world of college? What do you say to them? What do you say to the men?
I say you're still valuable. I still feel like you need to know that. I don't look at anybody differently. I really do feel like sometimes, again, we make moves out of passion. We make moves out of ignorance. I think the more important thing is that you educate yourself and you find out, is this what you really want? Like, truthfully, why are you giving your body away so frequently? What void are you trying to fill? Do you need to step back? Did something happen in your past? Do you need to get counseling? What needs to transpire that that you're loved, you're appreciated, you're valued, you're special? And I don't mean like a special, like everybody gets a star, but like, within your inner being that you have something great to give this world, and you need to take time to go ahead and heal so you can get to that moment. Like, take time for you. There's so many girls, and I know I'm more like a black auntie in the sense, because I have a lot of white students, but I'll tell them, please understand, I'm your black mama. And they look at me like, Miss Irish, you're crazy. Yeah, I probably am, but I'm gonna be the one to tell you why, because I care about your future. Sometimes I have to have hard conversations with youth, and it's not my favorite part of the job, but I'm like, I'm telling you this because I see where you're going. And sometimes the moment that you think is that fun moment in your life and it derails you from everything you've been working for, it's not worth it. Trust me. There's other ways to have fun, and I can't get into the specifics, but my whole point is, like, what sometimes are we not? And I've went through this myself. Like, who doesn't want to have somebody tell them you love you and you're beautiful and you're gorgeous? I mean, it feels good. But then after all those pretty words are done, I'm like, okay, and then where do you see this going? I ask questions. Okay, so you just like my curves. I get it. That's great. That gets really old fast. Okay, but what do you see about my mind that you like? Where do you see we're building? You know what I mean? Because I know I've taken time to invest in me. I know that I'm valuable. And I don't say that arrogantly. I mean, I just know I love myself. And it took a long time to get here. So I'm not going to give that away so easily. So why do you like me? Have you really taken time to get to know me? Because I've taken time to get to know me. Do you know you?
So, like, I'm just thinking about, like, women who know better, right? Because I know women who know better, where a guy meets them and say, well, all I want right now is sex. And, women have convinced themselves that if they have the guac 3000 and all this other stuff.
What is that?
Guys don't say that the girls are going to keep.
Huh?
Guys don't say that the girls they expect to keep.
Okay.
Like, if a guy said that, he doesn't like that girl and he's trying to be honest with her, but for some reason he might have a status or something that is not turning her away, that she's ignoring whatever's going on.
And there's girls who think that why sleep with me if you know that I'm the type of girl that will want a relationship? Why would you continue pursuing to sleep with me?
I mean, because younger guys kind of they tend to say, think y'all have the same amount of accountability that we put on ourselves. So we'll, like, if we say something to y'all and y'all keep moving forward, then we think y'all cool with it. You know what I'm saying? So
that's a good point.
Like, after we say, hey, I told her, like, as long as we have a reason to be like, oh, I told her, you know what I'm saying? Or I did this, or I did this, I gave her out. You know what I mean? As long as we show some like disinterest, it's kind of like when you ask a guy, can I come over? And you be like, man, if you want to. And then later on, he can always throw that back in your face, like, man, I said if you want to. I don't really want you here in the first place. Like, he always got that out. You know what I'm saying? So
that's good to know. I love honesty. That's good to know.
That is really good to know.
So I mean, but we leave it on y'all to manage your own selves.
Yeah.
But y'all don't, like, you know what I mean? Well, that's what we're expecting.
I think women think they can change a man's mind. Like, oh,
Yeah,
if
they
you
do.
experience me, I'm special, I'm different. I will change him. He'll pick me once he gets to know me.
No, that's not how it works.
No, my dad used to always say, if someone tells you who they are, believe them.
Yeah. There are some women who think that sex can change a man's mind. And I want to hear from you, Prototype, that how do men view sex differently than women? Because I think women think that, oh, I gave you something special. I gave you the most precious thing that I can give you. So you should appreciate it. How do men think about
it's like I said, that's only valuable depending on how many other guys you gave it to. You know what I'm saying? Like once we know, like, you've gave it to, you know, a bunch of other guys, or it's no longer valuable. You told us by your actions you don't care about yourself. You know what I'm saying? So even if you might have expressed, oh, sex is important to me, and then you give it to me on the first night, or you get, you know, I found out you got like 25 bodies or whatever it might be. Like, you don't care about that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I hear what you said, but your actions say otherwise, and that's what we look at. So what does your actions say?
That's true. I'm in agreement with you. I do think we do need to take the cues, and I think women need to be okay with telling a guy her boundaries. I mean, I'm very open with people. Like, you can tell, and this is why I think women mess around. They like the attention. You know when you like a guy. Why do you take time to lead them on just because you want the attention? If I can tell a guy's starting to like me and I don't have the same feelings, I don't like leading guys on, because then that poor guy's gonna be sitting up there sad. So I just tell him, hey, buddy, listen, I use certain terms to let you know, like, I see you as a friend. Hey, bud, just want to let you know, yeah, I really do appreciate your friendship. This has been like great conversations. Yes, because I don't want to like mess with his mind, his heart, have him all wrapped up. And then like a couple of weeks later, he sees me with a guy I really like. Then he's wrecked. That's not fair.
That's respectable, but a lot of girls don't do that.
Right.
And y'all will take his money too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all let guys spend money on y'all.
I don't. I will literally say, hey, do you want to split the bill? This is me, another way of saying, like, hey, I only see you as a friend. That way I'm not leading you on. You know, I value our friendship, and that's it. And because I don't think it's right to hurt people. Like, if you don't like him, you know, and if a guy's giving you cues that he likes other women, you can't get your heart broken when he's told you. Technically, you've been told. So you got to know. So why are you giving your body away to somebody who's already signaled to you that he doesn't want you? That means you have a deep hole that needs to be filled, and you can't do it through sex, because you're creating an even bigger hole.
Ooh, that's true. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the panel. Dark Lake, welcome.
Hey, what's good, guys? How y'all doing?
Hi, Dark Lake. How are you?
Thank you so much for having me on the show, BTaylor. I got to say that this has been a really great show so far, from what I've seen.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And
commentary?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying, would you like to go ahead? Just go ahead. Go ahead and add your commentary.
Okay, yeah. Now I have to apologize because I can't stay long. I just wanted to ask Iris Bloom a question, but before I do, Prototype, bro, why would you give away the whole "if you want to" trick, bro? Damn, like.
He did.
Yeah, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
But he
They're
gave
not
some
gonna
wisdom.
listen anyway.
I heard
No,
you.
I'm just playing. But you know, hey, he right about that though. Iris, I just want to ask you this, and then I have to leave because I think you've said a lot of wise things tonight. Like, seriously.
Thank you.
The one little issue that I have with what you said, well, not an issue, just something I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Is because you talked about how your parents raised you, and you talked about how they basically raised you to find yourself and have your own experiences and fulfill your own goals in life, whether that be traveling, or you said, you know, you're well read, you know, you like to research things, learn different languages, stuff like that.
Right.
And I think all that stuff is brilliant. But maybe it's not this way. But to me, for some reason, I feel like, why can't a woman pursue that same objective that you projected? But why does that scenario always excluding men? Like, you feel me? Like, okay, I can't pursue that scenario, with if a man is there. Like I have to be like by myself in my younger years for me to experience all that. I could be wrong. My assertion could be wrong, but I'm just like, do you think I'm off about
No,
that? Or
I was going to ask the same question,
That's
but
that's a good question. No, and I didn't say that I didn't have any, male friends or counterparts, but and this is again, this is just my life and how I've lived it. I'm not telling anybody else I've lived. This is just, thoughts, nuggets, wisdom. People can take it or leave it. But I just personally think, I do have amazing male friends that have, just like if I'm listening to Prototype, if you're giving me some wisdom and nuggets, I'm going to receive that. I'm going to take it. You actually are expanding my thought process, my horizon. I'm not avoiding you out of the conversation because you're a male. I'm gleaning from your experience and I'm taking that in what I find valuable. But at the same time, of course, there's been great guys that have liked me, but if I didn't feel like that was the season for that, I really want to focus on, becoming the better version of me. Because one day, there's going to be a great guy that comes to my life and I'm like, hey, you're the one, let's go ahead and marry and do the whole kid and carriage thing. But at the same time, until that comes into being and I'm ready for that, there's so many other things that I want to do in my life. And if there's great guys, and I have a couple of great male friends and guys that are interested in me right now, and I say plural because I'll be honest, like, sometimes there are guys that have great they have really great interest, or they're pursuing you, but that doesn't mean you're fully compatible. So I do something called courtship, and with that, you really take time to get to know the person on many different levels. And sometimes, listen, there's not compatibility on every level, and I'm not looking for 100%, but at the same time, like, morals and values is a big thing for me. So sometimes there's this phenomenal great guy in every aspect, but like our moral code is not on the same level. Or hey, he wants to live in another country and I want to stay in the States, so I have to respect that. But I said all that to say, I'm not saying men have to be out the picture, but at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm becoming the best version of myself. And if there's a great guy in the midst and that's working out, we can do that journey together. I'm not against that.
I have something.
Okay, yeah, you cleared that up. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Can I unclear it?
I don't negate.
Please, Kelly, make it clear.
Can I unclear that? Respect to you, Iris Bloom. I totally, admire the way you live your life. But I'm going to say this. Mm-hmm. Men require a lot of your attention. Hold back. You're here? Can you please make me a sandwich? Oh, you're here? Can you wash my underwear? Oh, you're here. When you get married, you have to put aside your dreams and your goals to make sure your husband's first.
Yeah.
So you say, how can you not travel? Because guess what? If I want to go to Paris, I gotta say, honey, is it okay if I go to Paris?
It's not budget. Is it?
You want to wait?
Well, no, Kelly. No. To be a bit more specific, I get what you're right about that, but I was more specifically referencing like before you even get to the relationship or before you even get to the marriage. Like in a woman's young years, let's just say she wants to go to 3 different countries, right? Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that I think it's okay for a woman to want to travel and experience and learn about herself, but sometimes it just seems that it's like one or the other with some women, that I either do that and find myself and go to those 3 countries, or I prioritize a relationship with a man and finding a man. And I just don't understand why those 2 things can't be simultaneous, right?
I feel like if you're in a relationship, it does take a lot of time, money, emotions. So you have to almost be at their beck and call 24/7. I say that jokingly, but if you really want a relationship to work, you have to be all in. But if I want to travel the world, and I want to experience things, I would be almost neglecting that guy, and it would be unfair to him technically. So
why would you be neglecting that guy? We're having a hard time understanding that. Why can't you travel in the world and do that with your husband, right? Why can't that? Why does it have to be any different? Because you can do that with your spouse later, but you can't do it when you're young.
No. That's the thing. If you're going to do it, it needs to be with the spouse. But even if you have a boyfriend, he's not cool with you just going off to Jamaica. He doesn't.
No, why can't y'all go together? Why can't you explore the world and be together?
So that's
Are we in a relationship?
It's okay to do that if you're married, but a lot of women will put off starting to enjoy their life until they meet their man. So we're saying take time to develop yourself until he comes. But when he comes, you guys need to do everything together. I'm all about that. But a lot of people were like, oh, wait, I'm not going to buy a house until I meet my man. I'm not going to go anywhere until I meet him. I can't be happy until I meet him. It's like fill your time with building yourself up until he comes. If he's not there at 25, what are you gonna do?
Just sit
around and wait
and
for him?
No, I'm not saying wait. I'm just saying like move, and if he comes, then hey, join. You know what I'm saying? Like, and keep
we're just
moving.
talking about how women are so boy crazy. They just go after a guy, are you the one? Are you in this like desperation to find a husband when they should be working on themselves and they can become a better wife once he appears because they've been pouring into themselves until he arrives.
Instead of a better wife, just a
their legs and sleeping with him. Instead of that, focus on yourself.
Are you celibate during this time?
Hell yeah. Build yourself up. Build yourself up so you are ready when that man arrives to be the queen that he needs.
And I think men miss.
Are you celibate? You're celibate during this time of traveling the world?
Yes,
really?
I think men has it. I think men don't understand that.
You just gotta do it with everybody. Sex
is very different for women than it is.
Do it.
Sex is very different for women than it is for men. We're not. We don't. Yes, we have sex drive, but it's not as like how men is. Maybe for some women, but most women, it's actually empowering when we actually hold out. Like I was celibate for 4 years and I loved every bit of it. And I was not tempted to sleep with a man. If anything, I felt like I was taking the time to get to know who I was, get to know who I am and enjoy myself and not feel the pressures of a man and not feel the pressures of having to, I got to do this and I got to do that. I could just be myself fully and build myself spiritually. And like when I tell a man that I was celibate for 4 years, it's impossible for a man to fathom that because they know that once they get a taste of sex, they can't go that long. But and some women will have to go through the friends that I had in my life when I would tell them.
Kelly, what was that?
I'm just saying, I'm serious because my friends will be like, girl, how can you go that long? And I'm like, try it. Now, after they went through a breakup, a traumatizing breakup, they're like, wow, like I've been celibate for 3 years and it's so good. Like women need that. We need that. We don't think of sex because we know, first of all, y'all know when y'all have sex, y'all are going to meet a happy ending. That is not the same thing for women. So therefore, we're able to hold out because we know that
it's like roulette. Maybe this time.
Yeah. And
listen, I believe you, BTaylor, but I mean, ain't nobody I ever been with ain't meet a happy ending, like no chick, bro. Like I don't get that. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
Wait, what do you?
You think?
Wait, you said every chick you've been with has had a happy ending or hasn't had?
Oh no, has had. Like I don't get. So are you guys saying that a lot of these chicks are out here sleeping with dudes who can't make them orgasm?
Yes. I have a lot of friends who have never experienced an orgasm in their 30s. Yes. They ask me, what does it feel like?
Yeah.
I have friends who've never been on a date in their 30s. What is a date like? I'm like, how do you have a child and you've never been on a date?
Oh God.
Well, yes. Yes. He came over. He said we were going to go out, but we never made it out. And you got pregnant?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that I don't think that's good at all. But I feel like if that's the case, right? And this time that women could take to know themselves and understand what gives them the orgasm and understand what movies they like and understand what books they like to read. I think all that stuff is important for a woman to know about herself. The only issue, like the only way that it becomes problematic is if I feel like, just my opinion, if women do that too long and the men who they're attracted to by then are trying to get with like the younger version of them, right? After they have been through all of that, getting to know themselves. You feel me? That's my only like little where I think that it might be a problem for some women, but for a woman to know herself, to make sure
even though we go after the younger version of them, they start dating the older versions of us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? When women turn 35, they have no problem with dating a 55-year-old man. Like, it just is what it is. Like,
and the conversation is so amazing. One of my favorite people to talk to is a 72-year-old man because he has all these stories and he's so wise. And like any subject I bring to him, I'm like, dang, this guy's like a freaking Gandalf. He's like this black Gandalf. No, he's like this retired Air Force guy. You know, you're so right, Prototype. It is like the most amazing conversation, and they have so much wisdom. All these
and they've lived life, and they have stories,
and they've lived enough to know how to respect a woman. So it's just such a beautiful exchange. And you know, just to make note of what you said, Mr. Is it Dark Lake? I can't see that well because my
it's Dark Lake.
Dark Lake. I apologize.
That's cool. It's not a real name. You don't have to apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. But Dark Lake, just to go back to your former question, just touch base. I hear what you're saying about them waiting too long and maybe not meeting the guy that they were hoping for because they took so long. But I do feel like life has a beautiful balance. And me, I'm a woman of faith. I believe God is wise enough to know, and this is, you know, again, this is me. I feel like God is wise enough to know when me and this gentleman are ready to start a family, that he's going to come at the right time. Or maybe he could have been a friend all that time. And then I finally like woke up like, oh, Goose Fraba, you've been here this whole time. How did I miss you? You're amazing. You know what I mean? Like he's been like a faithful, you know, person.
Wait, Iris Bloom, I'm so sorry because what you're saying is beautiful, and I do agree. I also have faith in God. I also have faith in God, but I can't let you get away with that. So you telling me that God is gonna notify you of all the dudes in your friend zone for real? Like,
yes.
Actually, I mean, it's something to laugh about. But if you are a man of faith, not only does God speak through His word, but He does speak to you personally. At least in my faith, He is a living God, so He does speak to me, and He makes me very well aware. And that's why I know sometimes when somebody is going through a rough time, I can look in their eyes, and I have discernment, so I know exactly through His power, like how to encourage them, what to say. And I don't know what to say, but He does. So I do think He is enough to let me know when the right person is in my life. And until that happens, listen, I think to me, it's more blessed to give than receive. So I want to go out there and give of my time. I want to go out there and help people. I love feeding the homeless. I love encouraging youth. So I don't waste my time. We only have a little bit of time on this planet. So I want to use it serving other people until that right person come along. I'm not going to be sitting around waiting for him. I'm going to be exploring cultures and not just reading books. I want to get out there and get to learn about people, learn languages, travel. Why not?
Cooking friends.
Can I say that?
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah.
I just want to say that as someone who is a former boy crazy person, recovering addict of boy crazy, like I say boy crazy as in I wasn't out here sleeping with all these men. It was just that I thought I was gonna have my Cinderella story. Like it was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be a Cinderella. As someone who thinks like that, I just feel like I've been in situations where I settled for a man. And I know a lot of men in these spaces tell women, like, okay, you should settle. You should settle with that person because you chose to have a child with this person. I feel at so much peace. Like men don't understand, like men expound on like having peace, but women also need that peace too. Yeah. And when we don't have that peace, we can't be our best self. We can't be the best mothers. We can't be the best wife. We can't be the best friend. We can't even be the best version of ourselves. But that's why some women will rather choose to be single with that complacentness of peace. That inner peace and purpose that God gives you is something that man cannot understand. But it's something that man can understand when you ask them, would you rather, what is that Bible quote? Would you rather live on the roof of a house than under the roof of a woman?
Yeah. It says
it's better to live
on the corner of a roof than to live with a corpse in one house.
Okay, Prototype, you better hit us with a biblical.
Okay, I'm still learning my Bible, y'all. So just
see you.
There we go. Shout out to Prototype.
He said I didn't even have to crack the chapters. I know.
Yeah, look, because he know that verse because it's important to him. And I feel like the verse doesn't also expound on the women also needing that peace as well. That's why y'all are seeing women filing for divorce and leaving their families, because that amount of peace is also needed for a woman, because there's only so much that a woman can take before she loses herself and she walks away from it all. For a woman, let me tell you something. For a woman to walk away, that means that we done went through the trials. We didn't went through the
a lot of that though is men pushing y'all out the door.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we'll act trash so y'all can leave. You know, we generally don't.
Just say it.
We generally don't break up with y'all. You know, we expect y'all to break up with us.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna clip this moment because you just said
the minute you say you are, just be like, I don't want to be with you. Like,
no, we won't say that. We'll just act trash and get sloppy and you know be depressed and sit on the couch and be the most unvalued man in history to get y'all to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Prototype is giving out y'all games tonight. Yeah.
No, this is
I don't think that's really game. It's you're calling it game, but we've been telling y'all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we don't marry to trash
and not tell her I want a divorce, you're just gonna sit there and just make her ask.
We'll sit there and be a slum of a man.
Look bad. It makes us look bad. That's how men are. They would check out.
It don't make you. It's
check out mentally.
No, we're okay with y'all saying that we're the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Like
they say women ask for a divorce, but men push them to ask.
We're pushing you to it by being trash.
They will sit there and take a shower with Cheeto stained shirts.
We'll get fat. You know what I'm saying? We won't take you out on no dates. We're going to give you the bare minimum, but us giving you the bare minimum is telling y'all to leave. We're sitting here like, man, it took y'all so long. Why is it taking you so long? You should have been left.
But wait a minute, prototype. But wait a minute, prototype. I got it. To be fair, bro. What would bring a man to decide to be the bare minimum though? There has to be something that's happening.
We feel like she doesn't deserve our best self. So whenever we feel like, man, she don't deserve our best self, so we're going to just start shutting down and detach. So I mean, it's just a two-way thing. Like we might think y'all are trash. Like we could be giving y'all the bare minimum, not like y'all at all. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all will still be like, "Can I come over?" And we'll be like, "Well."
Wait. Is this the woman you're married to, or to
it could be any woman. It could be think about it. Think about it. Like,
Hey, bless you guys. I gotta go, but prototype is giving away way too much shit. I gotta.
But you remember the Jim Jones chick tried to propose to him? Y'all remember that little scene where
Dark Lake, you had some great questions.
She tried to propose to him.
Wait, I'm sorry, prototype. Hey, BTaylor, thank you so much for having me on the show. Kelly, it's nice meeting you. Iris Bloom, it was lovely speaking with you and hearing your perspective. Peace out, prototype. God bless everyone. Peace.
You also, Dark Lake, great question.
Okay, prototype, keep giving us the game.
I mean, it's not really game. It's really not game. You know what I mean? It might be game to y'all, but it's really not game. Like if a dude's not being persistent and on, he don't like you. He'll stick around and he'll take your benefits as long as you give it to him.
Don't leave? Why does he not?
That's not what we do because we have a thing about quitting. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we rather get fired than to quit our job. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we'll collect them checks as long as the checks is coming. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this, I did another trash performance. Like, you know what I'm saying? But hey, they still paying. So I'm gonna just show up because they paying. You know what I'm saying? So as long as y'all paying, we're gonna accept the payment. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna be there until you fire us.
Prototype, this needs to be clipped. This is hilarious. Shayna and BTaylor, your faces were perfect
for my ladies because I've been saying this. Men,
they're pushing
give up on the relationship because the man has mentally already checked out. They start getting sloppy with their cheating. They start leaving their phone out unlocked. They leave their phones out unlocked, so you can catch them. They're like, "Please catch me."
And then we be so heartless when you find it. So you're leaving? Dang, you ain't leaving.
You guys look like he just brought you the Rosetta Stone, and you just cracked like so many languages. Your faces made my day
because this has
you had them speechless.
Straight up. But you know what? I believe it because I've heard guys say that. Like they just be like, when I don't care, I don't do anything. It's like I push her to break up with me. I push her. And sometimes she doesn't do it.
Oh gosh.
So women accept this bad behavior and they want you to leave.
Dang.
Just eat this bowl of cereal that they're not even serving.
A stale bowl of cereal.
Thank you. I'm so glad you come on.
Good
I
job,
need
Prototype. Good job.
you gotta come back up again because he's honest, and I love.
I like
This is
honesty.
real. I
Because then
think
you can make informed decisions instead of me sitting up there thinking like, what am I doing wrong? And he's like pretty much telling you, hey, I'm ready. This relationship's over. Okay, we need to agree to part ways. Good to know. Like, why?
Oh, since you're giving out the secrets tonight, Prototype, I have a question.
Yes,
How does a woman know truly when a man is interested? What action can she look for?
Boom.
I mean, it's really simple. Y'all don't like that guy. It's the guy saying good morning. Did you eat? You know, what could I do for you today? It's the sweet dude that, you know what I'm saying. That's the dude that really like you.
Dudes.
It's the sweet dude, but y'all don't like him. Y'all don't like that dude. But that's the dude that will die for you.
The women.
Now, Caroline put "How Will I Know" from Whitney Houston. Iris, hit the note.
I was singing that song today.
If he really loves me.
So I mean that's look, Kelly, you're with, you know what I'm saying? How did that happen, right? How did that person act?
We say a prayer at every heartbeat.
How did your guy act? You know what I'm saying? When you was going through your process.
But why they act like that in the beginning and then they switch up?
Why do we switch up? Because
they want you to leave.
Because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. It's like this. Like after you give it to us, then it's your turn to prove to us why we should keep you.
I hate them. No, I'm saying.
No, you don't, BTaylor. No, you don't.
I don't hate y'all, but
I know you don't.
What?
Listen,
saying this is why women are just going crazy because
no, I don't think so. I think he's right. I think women are afraid to ask the hard questions, and that's what pisses me off. I've had people call me and be like, "He's not doing this. He's not doing that. How do I know if he likes me?" I'm like, "Why don't you just ask him?" Well, what if he says he doesn't like me? At least you know not to waste your time anymore.
Exactly.
Like, you're afraid of the answer. He
might not be as bold as be like, I don't like you, but he'd be like, man, I thought we was cool. I thought we was kicking it. I thought we were just hanging around. I mean, we cool. I like what we got going on. He ain't gonna say, I don't like you.
Why not just tell her you don't like her though?
But a guy that really wants you, intentional. He's intentional. He's like, I want to be with you. I want to marry you. Yes, let's meet your family. Yes, I'll meet your father. Yes, let's go here. Yes, whatever you need to do to know that I'm serious, do it.
Yeah, period. Flat out.
Nice.
It's a way to have sex.
But we don't want to like hurt y'all feelings for real. Like, so we're not going to be
hurt my feelings so I can move on.
But we're not going to do that though, because we always want that comeback. Like, we're not just going to stop getting we going to stop getting paid. So once we crack the code, you know what I'm saying? If I can keep her coming back, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to just throw it out the window, but she will have to make the decision to not come back. I'm not going to say she can.
Cross that bridge if I need to.
It's the I'd rather be fired than quit. I'm still on that line.
I'd rather be fired than quit.
I'm crying.
I think you said that.
I mean, you get unemployment checks when you get fired. You get a severance. You know what I'm saying? You just quit. You don't get nothing.
Wait a second.
This is toxic.
Wait a second.
That is he not lying? He's telling
There's
the truth.
There's still benefits on the back end if she leaves you, but if you leave her, then you got to suffer the burnt bridge consequence.
Like, you left your wife and your kids, like they don't want to face that.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So ladies, don't feel bad. You're not delusional for divorcing and filing for divorce, because these men are already checked out mentally. That's what they're telling us now. So you're not delusional when you feel like you tried your best.
I have a question.
Church. Into therapy, and nothing's changing because he wants you to leave.
A guy who is serious about you, will he go to counseling with you? If you're like, let's do counseling.
Absolutely.
He'll go if he's serious. But if he's not, if he's trying to check out, he won't go.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, I mean, if a man is serious about you and he's not taking your mental health or the couple health just serious, then I mean, he's not mentally checked in already, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know, because
he'll even go to counseling with you, but he'll give it the bare minimum effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll sit on the couch and still be like lazy with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he'll go, but he won't be trying. And
he's not.
Like, why aren't you open up? He'll be like, it's just not my thing. Like, he'll make excuses. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
I've had couples therapy twice with two different men, and look, the first one was like went through one session and was like, I mean, wasn't trying to listen to nothing I was saying. And even the therapist was like, did you just hear what she just said? And he's like, yeah, I mean, I heard that, but I gotta go. I gotta go. So she looked at me and was like, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. Then the other one was like, he wanted to, and he was consistent, but it just took two people to, so I think it just depends. So if a man is there and you can clearly see he's not trying to, understand you and communicate and work through the things that the therapist said, then that's how you know if he's actually like with it or he's just showing up just because, like, she dragged me here.
I'm convinced. I'm looking at Prototype's eyes.
His blue eyes.
He definitely got the girls when he was younger. He probably still gets them. He's probably like, listen, I know the game, so I'm going to give it out.
I'm married.
He's married.
Good for you, Prototype. Good for you, man.
That's how he knows the game. That's how he knows the game.
Are you a good husband? You're a good dad.
Oh my God.
It's in the title.
Said, are you a good husband?
Do you give your daughters the game?
I got 3 boys.
I was gonna say, yeah, he don't got no daughters.
And I give them the game.
Aww. Come on.
But let me ask you this then.
Daughters.
I have a question.
Prototype, the man, you said like the man would play games until the woman leaves. Why not? Like, do you think that that's a way that men are not emotionally stable? They don't know how to communicate sometimes. I think that
you took that as play games. I think your verbiage is wrong.
All right, yeah. Correct me, please.
I just say we just give the least effort of man that we can give. But it's not necessarily playing. We're not playing games. We're not playing anything. We're not doing anything. We're doing the bare minimum.
So she can leave?
So she could leave.
Instead of just telling her that you don't want her so she can leave?
Because men don't want to. We're okay with being a bad guy.
Men don't want to be intentional?
No, it ain't about being intentional. It's just it's harder for a man to say, I don't want you, than it is a woman to say, I don't want you. Because women reject men all the time. Men don't have a good practice of rejecting women.
If a man doesn't like the way a woman looks and her size, wouldn't he be more vocally intentional?
Not if he's with her. He ain't gonna say nothing.
Okay.
And if he starts saying something, he don't like her.
Really? I don't see that. I think that if you see something in your partner,
if he's rude about it, like, oh, you fat.
I was about to say, yeah, how you convey the message is different, but just conveying the message, just you saying, hey, honey, I think that this is what I want. I would like to see you change it. And if you don't, then there might be a problem. I think that's just healthy communication.
No, I think a man that loves a woman doesn't want to hurt her.
Yeah, we don't really want to hurt her feelings. So we'll say things the easiest way we can. Ironically, like my wife takes some harsh verbiage. To her, I'd be like, that didn't hurt. And she'd be like, no, I get it. You know what I mean? And that's probably why I married her. But we generally don't want to say things that's going to backfire on, you know what I'm saying? Because we already know they're emotional, they're sensitive. We're thinking about all that stuff, right? Like how emotional they could be, what the response could be, if we're saying it the right way. We're thinking about all that. It's the only way we really get blunt is if we like really don't care. Or like we've said it so many ways that there's no other way to say it.
So, Shay, for real, what if a woman is actively working on it and he supports her?
Working on what? Like,
yeah, let's say working on what? Her body, her mind, her spirit.
She just said, I'll cry later, but baby, tell me the truth.
Y'all say that, but we don't believe y'all when y'all say stuff like that.
No, because so say this. So y'all don't tell us the truth because y'all don't want to hurt us. But if you tell a woman straight up about her weight, she's saying the weight. What if a woman is actively working on her weight and he supports her? I'll cry about it later, but baby, tell me the truth. Like,
I mean, that's solid. If she's working on it, he'll encourage her. He should be working out with her.
That's true. That's true.
I'm a stiffler for how women sometimes wear their hair. I mean, that's just something that I don't like.
What do you
And
don't like? What y'all don't like about
I
how we wear our hair?
I just love to see a woman who is just made up, right? Like I don't like those, like, you know how women get like the weave in, but they put those braids into the back and stuff, like to put a wig on top and stuff. I don't like that. If I see it, it kind of made me uncomfortable.
But what if you don't see it?
But I usually do see it by like the end of the night,
Married women don't wear
Sometimes
wigs.
the weaves don't be on point. Y'all know this. You know
Wait,
what I mean?
hold on. He just said married women don't wear wigs.
Hold on. Prototype. You
That
lost.
is a lie. A lot of
not true.
married black women I know wear wigs.
But
No,
Prototype,
I don't.
I do think it's best to be
I don't
honest.
know many. I don't know many black women that are married that wear wigs.
My
I know
mom
a
never.
lot.
We're not talking about the old lady, you know what I mean, that went bald. We're not talking about her. We're talking
I'm
about,
talking about a lot.
Nothing wrong with wigs.
My sister wears them. She's married. Like I know so many black women who wear wigs and they're married. Like I follow a lot of married women online and they wear wigs and their husband don't mind.
Good for them.
Jody, you're muted.
I think a lot of black men don't like wigs, so if they end up marrying you, even if you wore one, I think they'll coax you out of it. Like, it's okay, honey. Wear your natural hair. I like it like that.
What about braids? Y'all don't like braids?
No, I like the natural styles. I rock with those.
I like the braids.
I like the braids,
actually.
the locks. I just got to be able to touch your scalp.
Do you massage it if you touch it? You got to massage your scalp.
Okay, so what is it about wigs that y'all don't like? Because there's a lot of trauma with black women in our hair. Okay, we see black men. Y'all hang out on
wigs.
I'm just saying because we're gonna go there, but let's go there. Like, because y'all say y'all don't like the wigs, but y'all don't like the 4C hair either.
I don't like when you have a makeup or a hair designer that doesn't do right by you. Like when I can see certain stuff, like your edges is messed up or something like that, that's when I start to look at it and be like, well, maybe we should find somebody who genuinely care about you.
Daryl, you pay for that?
No. I was about to say that because it'd be so much money already, right?
Wait, like, you asked me to pay for that? You asked for my cash app?
Yeah, and then I pay for it, and then it come out looking like this.
On top of your head.
Exactly. And I can just buy you some flat irons and you can do it yourself.
Exactly.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Some wigs are atrocious. It's like,
but maybe that's all she can afford. So if y'all don't like her wig, then y'all need to be paying for her hair.
That's small change. Come on now.
I mean, that can be arranged.
Okay, then y'all need to start promoting me. Y'all don't like this woman, change her hair, pay for it.
Hey, that's part of cultivating a woman. Making sure
I'm actually a big advocate of women who have short hair. I love seeing like beautiful women with a nice.
Everybody can't rock short hair. I got a big face and a big head, and this head.
I know you was gonna say that.
Rock a short hairstyle.
Listen, your head is not that big.
It is big. You have not seen it in person. Okay.
Look.
It's not that big.
All right.
She's fine.
He's over exaggerating.
Taylor is totally gorgeous. BTaylor is prettier in person than you guys see her.
I lost weight.
She's a showstopper for real.
Oh my God! Thank you,
ladies and gentlemen. It's been a lovely night. I have to say goodbye. Bid you do.
God, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Iris.
Conversation has been fun, invigorating. I appreciate you all. Yes.
Have a good night, Iris.
Bye. Arrivederci. Ciao.
You know what? Y'all don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. But in high school, people did call me Megan Good. They did. It was like, it's still a little bit of. I don't know. I'm so embarrassed to say that now as an adult because I'm like, ooh, child, don't make fun of me. I'm just saying that's what they used to call me.
I see it a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little.
I see it.
Sprinkle. Just a little sprinkle.
But she got short hair right now, sis. She look good.
She's small and petite, and she got smaller hair than me. So I'm not about to play myself about my head shape. Okay, I know I have a peanut head. Okay.
Now, Mr. Plain
hair for a reason.
But Prototype, when you was talking about how like the dishonesty is how I still take it, it made me think about the situation with Envy and his wife in the last, I think, year or so when it happened, where a lot of people felt like she should have just told him the truth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sexually pleased in this marriage. However, she was happy in other spaces, right? Like he was a good father, he was a great provider. he was a great husband, you know, despite some of his ups and downs that he publicly experienced. But I still think that she should have been honest with him versus just letting it just linger.
I think she got her lick back during that marriage. I'm sorry. I think she definitely got her lick back. And I think that's what a lot of people, that's what she never going to admit, because she got her lick back.
I think
over the
women
infidelity.
think about men's ego more than men do, right? Like they care more for our ego to not say your sex is whack. You know what I'm saying?
Dang.
But we would want to hear it. Like I would want to hear if I was trash. You know
I would let a man know. I'd be like, that wasn't it. No,
you know what I'm saying? Like I would want to know, like, you know, what am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? XYZ, blah 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 blah. I mean, but I'm not insecure.
Just tell him that his dick is.
There's no way I could just lay there and be like, oh.
I definitely have told like a guy, like, no, this was horrible.
Like right afterwards.
I mean, but sometimes God will give you a horrible wood because he really don't like you.
I was stop. Wait, what?
That's not an excuse.
So he's giving minimum D.
Yeah. Dudes will give like bare minimum D to girls that they don't want to keep.
No. First of all,
can you define bare minimum D?
What is that? Because that was my man. That was my man. Okay. And
what is bare minimum D?
Look,
if you are my boyfriend, and we've been dating,
what is bare?
And wait, hold on. If you were my boyfriend and we've been dating months before we were intimate, because I definitely had a rule. I wanted to get to know you, and we date for some months, and then we finally get to that point, and I'm telling you, hey, I don't like what you're doing. I can tell you're doing what some other girl did, and I don't like it. That's not giving. I don't know about all of that.
You made him wait months and months.
Yeah, men will wait.
We'll wait. We'll wait, but this wasn't a virgin situation, right?
No, and
right.
I still
you made him wait months and months.
Yes.
Yeah. What is bare minimum D? What is that? Can you define that? Like if I looked it up in Webster, what is bare minimum D?
Yeah, I want to know what that is, ladies. We over here talking about virginity. Now we talking about bare minimum D, but
rabbits. You're more like turtles.
No, it ain't. I don't think it's really the motion. It's like we giving you the smashing. You know what I'm saying? The folding. You know what I'm saying? We probably giving you something, just some limp, like my man down there said, some limp, something. You know,
that
not
must
really
be an
into
old
it.
Man thing. He just prop his leg up.
I mean, like I said, like he not trying to get to the back of that thing. Like you can tell if a dude trying to keep you around. If he's trying to keep you around, he's trying to kill that thing.
Prototype. It sounds like what you're saying is that like this man is going into the sexual intercourse situation, not caring if she orgasm at all, not touching her in ways she want to be touched, not dominating her in ways she want to be dominated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's just going in there, getting his stuff off and getting in and out.
Well, make sure he gets his rocks off.
That's why, ladies, you should preserve yourself, because we're going full circle around, and we are preaching that you should not give it up, because men will give you the bare minimum just to get a seed off.
It's better. They be like, it's better than a hand for the night.
And
what? See, that's how men think about sex. So how hypocrites
performance every time.
The link is in the
Oscar. Oscar winning performance every time.
Then he likes you.
Wi-Fi messing up, y'all.
Oscar winning performance every time.
I mean, if he gives you that,
it's
then
better
he likes
now.
You.
Okay.
He likes you, or you got some money he's trying to get out of you, something.
So you don't think that men should just get accustomed to laying good pipe and just not waste somebody's time sexually?
It depends. Like I said, men will.
I mean, you being honest.
Men not going to say. We're not going to say no. Like if an unattractive chick walks up to most men not going to say no. They not turning her down. We'll go all the way through it and just give you the weakest thing possible. Like we'll go all the way through the motions. Wherever she's willing to go with our minimum effort, we'll take it there. Like, man, she's still hanging around. I gave her nothing. She bought me all the drinks.
It's so horrible.
We'll go through all the motions. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll take her home. We'll go through everything and just do the bare minimum.
But I feel like women, for guys like that, women will put forth maximum effort for the bare minimum dude to try to pull out more effort from him. Instead of just being like, you're a bare minimum dude, deuces, I'm going to find a guy who meets my effort.
Yeah, but you know, every woman's not attractive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every woman's not going to get, you know what I mean? And then some of y'all girls like to, you know, date up. Y'all don't stay on your level, so.
Wait, what does that mean? Stay on your level, date up. Are we really going there?
I mean, it is what
Sounds
it
like
is.
we're going there, Taylor. Sounds like we're going there.
I'm just saying the girl should always look better than the guy. When the guy's more attractive than the girl, then you know what's up.
See, that's scary because I like to date pretty boys.
See?
I've always been known to date like pretty men. If that makes sense, like they're really like they're not like the rough and tough. They just like pretty boys. Like they you know, I don't know how to describe it.
Hence, that's why you got your relationship issues if you have them.
Oh my God, prototype. First of all, I'm not dating no man that is not attractive because that's how
you gotta go for the medium ugly guys.
Stalkers.
You gotta go for the medium ugly guys, man. You can't be.
I have a question.
If a guy look better than you, it ain't gonna work.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, that's not true. And I didn't say he looked better than me. He just looks like a pretty boy. Like he takes care of himself.
There are good-looking guys who have good character, who have morals.
Yeah,
they exist.
I'm not saying they don't.
My father was very handsome. He was well off, and
he looked better than your mama.
My mother for 38 years.
You saying he looked better than your mama?
People thought they were brother and sister. They were equal.
Oh, they was one of those kind of.
Yeah, they were like good looking.
That makes
that girl that just was on the show, Iris Bloom. She's my sister. So
I had men that was finer than me. Prototype. Like I'm just saying, they were men who took invested in themselves. They looked like a pretty boy. Like they were just. I don't want to describe how they look because I don't want it to seem like there's a preference. But I'm just saying that's the type of men that would approach me. And they're the ones that, you know, like to, you know, they care about their looks.
I don't know. You should be
date a guy who spends more time in the mirror than you do.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're in the mirror at the same time.
That's a problem.
You know,
why is cheating a problem?
Prototype, you know, ugly men cheat too. And
exactly. And that's more offensive. That's more offensive.
See, why is it more offensive?
That was not that cute at all. And you know what, I brought him to my dad, and my dad told me, don't make sure he never not treat you right. Okay. And that man cheated. And I was like, I'd rather be cheated on
by somebody attractive
than a man that looked like what he looked like. Okay. Because that was offensive.
Them pretty boys are gonna make you a 50-50 too. They're not paying all the bills.
No, they not. They not. It depends what kind. It depends what kind.
No, I don't think it's ever acceptable to give out limp dick.
Some men are not okay with a woman paying, no matter how good looking they are.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good looking they are. You set the standard for yourself.
Wait, say it again?
You have to set the standard for yourself.
No, men are what?
I don't remember.
She said something about men paying, like men are okay with Kelly.
No, I said it doesn't really matter how good looking a man is. Some men have moral. Their coding does not allow them to allow a woman to pay. I've dated very attractive men who didn't let me pay for anything.
I don't believe it.
Well, you know what?
Why do y'all not believe women? Believe women. We are telling you that we can be celibate for years, that we have men that are willing, that are nice looking, willing to pay. Like you're literally hearing it from the bird's mouth that women are telling you what these men are really doing. They may not be telling y'all that at the barbershop, but we're telling y'all what we experience in these relationships.
I think, and I think
women are beautiful too. So
woman. I think it's my son's father is very good looking. He's a model. He's an actor, very handsome. He never cheated. He always paid. Like he worked multiple jobs to make sure he covered everything. He was a very hard worker. With the girl he's with now, he told her, "I hope you're cool with me always sleeping with other women because I'm never gonna stop." And she's totally cool with it. But she's also like,
but he never cheated on you.
Yeah, he's also like a 6. The girl's like a 6 that he's with now.
Well, I mean, see what I'm saying?
But see, Prototype, that's the difference. What I'm saying, like, I think Kelly and BTaylor are speaking from
a pretty good privilege.
Exactly. Where, every woman is not going to experience what you're talking about. It's just that simple. Some men are going to tell some women that they got to open their own doors, while at the same time they're going to treat certain.
Every man got a little bit of fuckboy in it.
No matter how you look, you set the standard. You let a man treat you like that. That's how he's gonna treat you. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't. It's all about what you allow. Because I can have a man that treat me like that if I allow it. It doesn't matter how you look.
I hear you, sis. I do. I swear to God, I do. But I think you're being disingenuous by believing that they're going to treat Kelly the same way that they treat Leslie Jones. They're not. They're absolutely not.
Leslie like that. Leslie is a nice woman.
Leslie is a nice looking woman, right? She's a decent looking woman. But you ladies are above average, where she is not. And because of that, Google her. I'm not going to drag her. But because of that, women like her get treated differently by men, just because, like, no woman's going to treat Boris Kojo and Flavor Flav the same. Women are just not going to do that, no matter what kind of standard Flavor Flav sets for himself.
Oh, you're mean. What's up, Leslie Jones? You're mean.
Yeah, I had to look it up too, bro. Yeah, they're not.
I always use Leslie Jones Prototype.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh my God, BTaylor.
Come on.
So Prototype, I say that because the men are saying like they want a submissive woman.
Like a nice woman.
And she's voluptuous.
It don't matter how submissive she is.
I like voluptuous.
Why not, Prototype?
Well, I mean, for some dudes, I don't know. Some dudes
Nash, voluptuous.
See, brother Mike, he would take her happily. There you go, brother Mike.
Make her straight. You would take Leslie Jones. Up that mind.
You would take Leslie Jones, Mike?
No, I said.
BTaylor, we just talked about on Queen Talk. Maybe choose a woman that they like the way she looks before a woman they actually need.
That's true.
Absolutely,
that's why,
yes.
Yeah, that's true. And then y'all wonder why women focus on vanity, because y'all put such an importance on vanity. So if that woman doesn't fit that standard, she don't have the hair that y'all want and praise, and she don't have the body, that's why these women go out and do the things that they do, because they know that y'all men, y'all contradict yourself. Y'all say y'all want this type of woman, but if her looks surpass that, then y'all are gonna go for it. Y'all don't care.
Just like y'all say y'all want tall guys, but I mean, to me, all that says I gotta stand on more money. That's all that say.
And you said you like pretty boys, sir. So would you date an ugly man like Flavor Flav, who was a great man, like he's a God-fearing good man, but Flavor Flav with the body, skinny, no abs, no nothing?
No, I couldn't. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't expect you to neither.
I couldn't date Flavor Flav.
He seemed like he would be a good uncle.
I'm not allowed to speak on this. I'm in a relationship.
Not a good uncle.
I'm opting out of this one.
Yeah, Kelly being married.
House of Hypocrites.
What's good with y'all?
Look, we're gonna keep the cursing to the bare minimum. Just so y'all know, it's a kind of a family.
What's going on, brother?
I got you. What's up, Dad?
It's good seeing you again.
What would you like to add to this? Because you went viral a few.
I'm about to say, how the 7 kids doing, man? How the 7 kids doing?
Who has 7 kids?
That's the 7 kids, the 7 baby mama, 7 kids guy from a few months ago.
House of Hypocrites? This one?
That is him.
You have 7 children with 7 different women?
Kids. I think he was trolling. I think he was trolling.
You have pictures of your kids standing next to their baby mamas?
You muted. House.
That's a terrible question, Kelly.
I say, hell no, I ain't got no pictures. I'm uninvolved, goddamn.
Do you have child support checks to prove that you're paying for 7 different children?
I ain't paying for that shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh gosh, we are not bringing the ratchetness. This is an educational, informative. Now, if you want to give game to the ladies and what they should look out for, then be my guest, because obviously you probably
know what they should look. Women should look out for their friends. That's it. The women that you involve yourself with, the ones that keep you single. That's what you need to look out for. It ain't the man issue. It's the woman that run away, the good man that's around you.
I would say don't be a man's third mistake. Like if you find out he got 2 baby mamas, don't be the third.
That's a fact.
That's true.
That's if he tell you.
Because you can forgive one mistake.
House.
1, 2, like you the third.
Yeah, that's it. That's if he tell you though. I'm a type of person you can't ask no personal information. I ain't gonna give it up. You need to mind your business. You know what I'm saying? Like you asking the wrong question.
You ask, and then
never make it to anything. We would never make it.
Depending on his answer, that's what you go by. So it's not about what a man says; it's about his action.
Yeah. Yeah. When you
how you gonna act out having multiple baby mamas if he told you no?
Say it again.
No, she said go by the action. How you gonna act that out? How you gonna see that?
That's why you wait months before. I'm saying I think that a lot of women should just reserve themselves because men will show their true nature if you hold out.
What's our true nature? As soon as we know there ain't no goods there.
But that's what I'm saying.
There ain't no goodies coming, then we'll show our nature for sure.
Ain't no exactly. So how I would say, is there a certain time frame that y'all can get women some game? Because a lot of women go by the Steve Harvey 90-day rule, but I think that it should be longer.
I think the issue is like you done already got buzzed down. Now you meeting me and you want me to wait? Yeah, I'm gonna show my true nature.
Yeah,
you done already gave that up and you want me to wait? Yeah,
and
I'm not doing that.
They have every right because that's just like saying that because she can't learn from her mistakes, she should just let any man have her. And that's just going to bring her value down more and more and more and create more soul ties with all these men because she's not valuing her body. So just because she was out there at once upon a time, maybe she's like, okay, if I keep making the same mistake, I must be an idiot to keep doing it.
No, how is she right? Because I was talking to my brother Black Dawn about that. And he was saying like, yeah, a woman has to give it up or I won't marry her. But then I asked him, I said, well, you know, if a woman give it up to you, does she automatically get the ring then, right? Well, no. So what you're saying is you devalue women who have all this sex, but you're also going to add a body to a woman without actually marrying her. So this is backwards, right? If anything, what you should do is give her a reason to give the box up, and that reason should be a full commitment.
I'm not devaluing her. It's not a devaluing her. I'm better than anybody she ever slept with before, so my body don't count.
That's the thing.
You were just talking about limp dick, sir.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I find with that. People always talk about, oh, if you've had sex once, then you can't say that you'll hold out. But where is the positive and repeating mistake? I get it. You did it once, and now you realize I've made a mistake. Now, where is the benefit in continuing in the error of your ways? Once you realize it's a mistake, correct it, moving forward. Not, oh, I've had sex once, now I'm just gonna have sex with every dick that wants to dick me. Like, if I had sex with every man that wanted to have sex with me, I would have sex with thousands of men. What does that mean if a guy wants to sleep with me? You didn't do anything to deserve the value that I bring. Now,
neither did the dude before me. So figure that out after me.
No.
Let me finish. Now, once people be like, "Oh, why you try to act like you're so?" No, I do. I'm expensive. I cost a lifetime commitment. I want the house, the car, the keys, the family, the picket fence, the damn dog. I want it all. If you want my body, then I need you to make a lifelong commitment to me, and that's what it's worth. It's not, you can't buy me a trip. You can't buy me a yacht. You can't buy me anything. You need to buy me a lifelong commitment. You need to buy me holy matrimony. You need to buy me a marriage in a church, and then you can have it. How about that?
Kelly, are you saying yesterday's price is not today's price?
You can't get with me to try to change for the better. Hell nah, be that same thought you was in the past. And let me go ahead and knock you down. Let me add to your body count. Don't and then change when you meet me. Hell nah.
Your 8th baby mama? Like, where's the prize? The
prize is actually getting taken care of.
Right, exactly. You hold out for that. Because guess what? The guy, you remain faithful. You don't give it up. That guy that marries you, he's not going to just let you go. Because he knows it's hard to run across a woman like you. He knows that his wife goes out. She didn't just give it up to me. She goes out. I can trust her. She's not just going to give it up to the guy that just walks up to her like, hey, girl, I got some money. Can I buy you a drink?
It depends on how many one-night stands she got in her past.
That's a fact too. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a woman is a hoe if she give it up on the first night, unless it's me. You know what I'm saying? You give it up to any other nigga, you a hoe. But if you give it up to me on the first night, then you all right in my book. You feel me?
That's what you say. But that's not the woman you're gonna put a ring on. How many times have you been married? House of hypocrites.
Oh shit.
7 times. When you create a child, that's a marriage.
Right, exactly. So no walking down the aisle, no rings.
No commitment, no husband material, no father material.
Ladies, do not have sex with this man.
But the type of women, let's be honest, the type of women that may sleep with a man like that is a woman who was probably introduced to sex at a very young age. Because I think a lot of men are not understanding why women like that are so promiscuous, why they're so ready to give it up so willingly, because they don't put value on their bodies, they don't put value on sex, and they feel like that's the only thing they can give a man for a man to like them. They don't feel like their personality is enough. They don't feel like they bring anything to the table but their kitty cat. So a lot of women think until they're run down to say, wow, I needed to reserve myself for a man to actually get to know me and like me, not give that up. Because every girl that I know that was like, man, he told me this, but I slept with him thinking it was going to change his mind. And like, women really need to understand that sex is very different from a man than how it is for a woman. When a woman sleeps with you, no matter what she's saying out her mouth, women go by what they give you, right? So she's saying, oh, I don't like him like that, but she's laying down with him. She really do like him. She really do like you. And if she's like, oh, I ain't got no feelings like that, she really do got feelings for you. If she's sleeping with you, unless she's mentally messed up, she does have some sort of connection, because we're meant to take you on. That's why a woman, we're receivers. We're meant to receive and take you on, take on your seed, take your soul, like take all of that in us. So you're leaving all of that behind. So it messes us up more, because there is scientifically, there's emotional connection with every man that we see.
Yeah, so ask this, right? If women take and receive and XYZ, blah blah blah, why would we want that woman that's taking on so many and receives so many?
It's not that.
This is why a woman should wait. Because this is exactly what a man thinks when a woman doesn't wait.
But Kelly, like, there are some women, and that's great. And that's what I want to preach. I want to preach that to my younger girls that are following. I've had women who reached out to me that are 20-something-year-old virgins. And I want them to stay that route, because I don't want them to follow in my footsteps. Because I'm like, look, like, I made something of myself. I have a career. Like, I have a stable home. Like, you know, like, I'm really made something of myself. But I'm also encouraging them, like, you don't have to be in my situation. But if you are in my situation, here's what you do to better yourself. Don't ever let nobody sit here on the internet and tell you you're valueless. Okay, it don't matter, because a man can go out there and commit a crime and society will forgive him. But a woman give up her body too many times, it seems like she's deemed with the mark of what is it? The
Scarlet Letter.
The Scarlet Letter. And it's like, no, because I have reached a point in my life where I have experienced God, because the society is not going to forgive you. And that's okay. You got to accept that. It's not meant for society to forgive you, because a lot of those people that's condemning you ain't even forgave themselves for a lot of the stuff that they done done. They ain't forgave their parents. They ain't forgave the people that hurt them. They ain't even forgave themselves. So it's not for them to accept you. But when you follow God, you understand that his whole Bible and word and purpose is to forgive and to redeem. Because they even said it in the Bible that God will leave his whole shepherd to go find that stray sheep that left. That one stray, he will find you in the dark. So you are that special. Don't ever think that you are not redeemable. That's not what I preach over here, is that you're not redeemable. You can, because what you're going to do, you're going to just keep repeating the same patterns. And this society is going to wear you down until you feel like you ain't got nothing left to give, and you ready to jump off that bridge and end yourself, because you feel like you ain't worth not a dime and a nickel in this world. And That's what I'm not gonna preach over
But
here.
you know, that used to be the plan though. Like the girls that was like, you know, got out to a fast start. They normally like become celibate for 4 years. After, you know what I'm saying, after they got their bodies up, move somewhere else and go marry a pastor somewhere. That used to be the plan. That's how it worked.
That's not the
you
plan.
might well go ahead and move out of state, out of city.
Well, yeah, if you have created a record for yourself in your city, I definitely advise for you to move. For sure. If you have created where everybody knows, but let's be honest here. I know some men who marry some women that lady of the nights. Let's talk about it, because I know in like the early 2012, 2011, 2013, the nightlife women, the women who are in the clubs, the women who are dancers, they were getting wifed up. And so women who weren't as promiscuous was like, well, dang, these girls are on the pole, they dancing, they twerking, they doing all this stuff, and these men are still marrying them. Like,
they getting wifed up by cuckolds though.
Yeah, they getting wifed up by the type of men that y'all do not want. So that's not even a bragging point or a bragging right. These hoes getting wifed up by their sugar daddy. That don't count. That don't count. That don't count.
I think what BTaylor's trying to say is like especially the internet these days, they try to like diminish a woman's worth because of the fact that she had sex, and that's not how God sees people. He always sees people as redeemable. He doesn't look at you as trash that's to be thrown away. He's always like, come back to me, come back to me. I can fix you. I can make you whole. I can make you new. And that's what people say, born again. Do you know how many people in the Bible were considered trash and throwaways, but God took them and used them, and they became ministers of his gospel? What's that woman, Black China, who said she gave her life to the Lord?
Her name is Angela now.
Like that.
White.
God can redeem someone. I know I didn't say this, but if she gave her heart to the Lord and was radically changed, a man is going to want to marry her. He is.
I thought she looked better.
She looked way better.
But you like he said, it's not
Way
the man
better.
you want. It's the man. It's the guys you guys passed up. That's the guys who's going to marry her. It's not the guys that you actually want.
I probably passed up one good dude in my life, and I will admit that I passed up one good dude in my life.
That's the one you admit. There's so many more. That's probably like, you know what I'm saying?
You prototype
I just tried to holler at BTaylor. Like, you probably got a whole list of dudes.
But no, a guy that I was attracted to, that I actually got to know and got to date, I did pass him up. And I will admit that today, I had to unfollow him on social media because I was just like, oh, him and his wife just look so happy. Like, oh.
Jealous. But like you said though, you said God forgive, man don't. We ain't gonna forgive your goddamn past. You'd have been ready to train on by the whole football team. You talking about you a changed woman? Come on now. And we know about it.
My house. The problem is men participate in 304 culture more than anybody else. And I was trying to explain this.
House of hypocrites. It's like right there. Because you can do something. I can do something, but you can't. That's how we look at this shit. I can do whatever I want, but you can't. You got to behave yourself. You better than that. I'm the one with the low class, no morals. You feel me? You got to hold you to a high standard.
And men like that don't deserve a good wife either.
You don't think so?
No.
We men like that get the most opportunity and chances to get a good wife.
Are y'all sure?
Yeah.
What proof do you have in that?
The ones that I be like, damn, I knew somebody was gonna marry her. I see it all the time. I knew somebody was gonna wife her up.
What, the woman that was promiscuous, or the
ones I know from by experience? I'm like, I knew somebody was gonna wife her. It happened 2 times, 3 times. I'm like, damn, that's good.
Wifed up. Women do get wifed up.
But not saying just promiscuous women. I don't just mess around with prostitutes or some shit. You feel me? Like I mess around with women that have class. I mess around with the ratchets. I don't discriminate on whatever class or whatever bracket that you in. If I feel like I want you, I'm gonna get you. You feel me? So I done seen a few women that I used to talk to and I used to deal with are now married. And I said, yeah, she deserved that, but just not from me. I was just trying to scratch. You feel me?
And that's why it's important to not sleep with just anybody and
that's really important.
Reserve yourself. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I want the young ladies. Like I have some women that's gonna replay this back. I have some women that are 20-year-old versions that have reached out to me and let me know that they're saving themselves.
Send them my way.
No, I would never.
No,
I would never.
No. Send them my way.
What? But that's the thing.
I'm gonna tell you. If I meet a woman,
why would you want to disrupt them like that? Why would you feel like you deserve a virgin? Like men, like, did y'all know that men back in the day used to die as virgins because they didn't have the resources and the money to afford a wife? Like men used to die as virgins because they were not worthy of sex. Like sex was a reward. Crazy. Having a woman was a reward. So the thing that
you're right, but how far back in the day was that?
No, I mean, no, it's legit though. Like, but it's because they didn't have the resources, right? So those are there's still dudes that die as virgins today because they don't have the charisma, the looks, the financials, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It still goes on today. But you can't tell that to a dude with hazel eyes that he ain't never gonna get get what's coming to him. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is.
Well, yeah, okay, all right.
I wouldn't say I deserve anything. Whatever I want, I'm gonna get it. That's it. In any shape or form, you feel me? It's so easy for me to redeem myself in my image. Like that shit, it's so easy for me to do that. It's so easy. It's so easy for me to rebrand. So easy.
It's easy for anybody to rebrand. I think anybody is redeemable. I think people are redeemable. To say they're not, you're being dishonest. If you feel like you're redeemable, then a woman could be redeemable.
No. You said easy. A porn star can't. You not gonna if a porn star go start preaching in a church, you ain't going to that damn church.
But you know,
some people are though.
You know,
some people will
follow her. Women that are trying to get out of that lifestyle. Women who were once in that path and want to get out of that lifestyle, and they look at her as, oh, if she can do it, I can do it. They look at her as an example. So that's why I'm saying, like, people be trying to say who's qualified and who's unqualified. It's not for you to say that. It's who God calls to be qualified. Because a lot of people can count me out and say, oh, you're not qualified because, you're a mom and you're not married. And that's not for you. But the women who do follow me, I look at them like my little sisters. And I was hard-headed. Like, I was very hard-headed, but I was always smart. I was always smart and ambitious, but I was hard-headed because I was crazy about love. I just wanted love. Like, I just wanted the fairy tale, and I was very naive. And so I had to learn the hard way. So now that I know how my mind frame works, I want to talk to other young girls who are like me and be like, this is what the reality is. And I'm not going to glamorize what I'm going through. But if you are a mom that find yourself in this situation, here's how you can make the best out of your situation. So I'm two different examples. I can be the lesson that you don't want, or I could be the lesson that if you do find yourself in this situation, here's what you could do to make it better. So that's what I feel like my calling is on. And I don't believe in trying to say who is redeemable and who's not redeemable, because I'm not God.
So why Kelly trying to make men be like God?
Wait,
let's get her back involved.
Because we superior.
Because you was like, God redeemed this person, and God does this, and God do that, and you're like holding men to the same standard.
Because that's what men are supposed to be. Men are supposed to love their wives as Christ loved the church, and he died and gave his life for them. So
love who?
Love their wives as Christ loved the church.
Oh, who?
So could y'all be with a dude? Could y'all be with a man that don't have the same beliefs as you?
No.
They lie.
No, I couldn't. Because, and this is the thing about women.
Speaking to the masses, I'm not talking to you. You girls particularly. There's plenty of girls that would be like, I want a God-fearing man, and then go off and mess with a Muslim, like, you know what I'm saying?
I don't even understand.
My family was not for it.
That's when people do believe in God, though.
I don't understand what that even means.
It's not the same.
It is the same. They just don't believe in Jesus.
They don't believe that. They don't believe that. They believe that Jesus was a prophet. Like
they don't
believe that he was the Messiah.
Regardless of the two, those are two different belief systems. And there are Christian women that will go off and still date a Muslim man, which you shouldn't.
Agreed.
Yeah. That because there are some women who are willing to conform, not conform. Is that the right word? Reform.
Conform.
Yeah, you said it right.
Sorry.
I know. Even Jesus in the Bible, they wanted to stone Mary Magdalene, who was found in the act of adultery. She was in the midst of riding somebody, right? And they pulled her out into the streets, and they
was riding what?
They wanted to stone her to death. And Jesus said, any man who was without sin cast the first stone. And nobody threw a stone. Because guess what? Everybody's within sin. And God forgave her and made her whole. And that made her want to follow after Christ. And she repented, turned the other way, and followed Christ hard. And she ended up being one of his disciples. So can people come back? Does God accept you back? Absolutely. And I think that is this world who judges so harshly. And the Bible doesn't say you can't judge. He said, judge not lest you be judged. So if you want to be so apt to cast the first stone, just know the stone is going to be cast at you. I think people are so hard on other people, but they do not turn the mirror and look at themselves. They said you need to take the plank out of your eye before you try to take like a splinter out of someone else's. You always want to point at us, but nobody looks at themselves.
That's true.
What about the person that does look at themselves and have a harsh thing to say because they see themselves in those particular people that they are judging? Like, damn, I was just like that. You know what I'm saying? And they taking that. You know what I'm saying?
Have compassion for that person, and you understand what it was like to be there, and then be able to help them walk through it. I was here. I know what this is like. Let me help you get to the place that I am now. It's like you actually have a story to tell. You have a testimony to give them. Like, you don't have to stay there. I was there, and now I'm here. Let me show you how to get to where I am now. Not be like, oh, you like that. I used to be like that, and now I'm better than you. Like, who the fuck?
I feel that.
Who is going to listen to that? People do not care how much you know until they know how much you care. If you show you truly care about people, that's when people will start to follow you. That's when people will start to gravitate towards you, because they'll be like, here, like, look, even on YouTube, even on social media, they'd be like how-tos. Once you start giving how to make $1 million in 5 steps, people follow you. How to get a man in 2 steps, people follow you. They want to know how to do it. So if you really how to have 7 baby mamas and still be the house of hypocrites, people will start to follow you because you're giving them something to abide by versus like just saying you're wrong. Okay, so how do I make it right? Give me something. People are always searching. People don't have the answer.
That's true. True.
So we really have no guidance as a people,
because people wanted to knock God out of everything. If you actually follow the Bible, he gave you, this is like his prescription to how to walk on this planet and do it successfully. People are like, toss the Bible out of schools. Let's not go to church anymore. You know what? Let's follow the internet versus going to church. Like, do you know how many famous YouTubers are that don't know anything versus actually going to the Bible, going to church and like listening to the pastor who studies the word? I was a pastor.
A lot of men don't go to church though, because pastors don't resemble the men that men are nowadays.
That's a fact.
So that's, like, pastors aren't masculine anymore. They're feminine and acting all. They're not teaching. They're just giving feel good messages. So that's why a lot of men don't go to church anymore.
These prosperity preachers and shit. You can go on YouTube for that.
And that's unfortunate. But I was raised by a real man. My father was a man's man, and Iris Booms was my sister. So he raised like my brother to be a real man. And because he poured and he mentored men to be men. He was a man's man. Men followed him. They learned after him. Even the gentleman I'm with now, he's like, I want you to write a book on everything your dad taught you, so men can learn from that, because people aren't teaching men anymore.
I said that same thing to my wife.
They canceling men. They canceling men. Shit, they getting men up out of here. They don't want that rhetoric. They don't want that rhetoric toxic or whatever you want to call it. They don't want men to really give a message or really fight for something, because that's when shit starts changing this world.
But
so they got to soften it up.
Why is it that Because men, y'all complain about these same laws, right? Y'all complain about these laws, y'all complain about a lot of things, but like y'all have the power to change that. Y'all just don't go to vote. Y'all don't go to demand. Y'all don't go and lobby for y'all rights. And it's like y'all are the leaders, y'all are the superiors, but y'all are not doing that. Y'all are sitting back, blaming.
We lobby when it comes to when they fuck with our money and our guns.
We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't. You got to think about it though. We like what 62% single parent homes. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't learn. A lot of us didn't learn. Have men to learn from. You know what I'm saying? Just like women be like, I didn't have nobody to learn from. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men, that shit don't kick in it. Excuse me. It don't kick in their gear until we're in our 30s or later. You know what I'm saying? And those lessons are learned. You know what I'm saying? We got to learn the hard way. A lot of us got to get our heart broken and simp for a couple years before we actually turn into like the men who's not simping no more. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a long process, and not having those parents like that and missing that leadership from our community. Think about it. We haven't had leaders since like Martin Luther King. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the last leader our community had. So like,
look.
Yeah.
When we used to have family reunions is when we used to have leaders.
That's true. We don't have family.
We don't have family reunions no more, man, like we used to. And that's across the board.
But you know why? Because I feel like because we can easily say happy birthday on social media. We can easily see a picture of the new grandkids and the cousins and what they doing and stuff like that. Like I don't know. I feel like social media has had a big negative impact on community and family.
It ain't social media. It's just the men not being around. That's all it is.
I'll say that too. I say that, yeah. In the structure and the backbone of the family dying off. The grandparents, you know what I'm saying? The fathers, the mothers dying off. You know what I'm saying? That
we talked about this on Queen Sheba channel.
For Muslims, there was a Muslim that was very interested in me, and he even asked my dad if he could marry me, and my dad was like, "No, absolutely not." But he tried it. But he had 6 sons by different wives because they can have multiple wives, and he collected all of his sons and he made all of them live with him. He said, because your moms can't teach you how to be men, you have to live with me to learn that. So like through like, you know, the maybe the 1 to like 5, those years they let them walk. When they turned 6, he collected all of his sons. He had 6 sons by his different wives, and they all had to live with him from 6 to graduation. He said, because I have to teach you how to be a man. And so he had kids, but he took care of them. He poured into them. He taught them. And when I tell you that all his boys were masculine men who were devout in their faith because they followed their father's teachings, that's one thing I can respect about Muslims is they are devout. They're all his sons. Every hour or whatever they did the prayer with him. They lined up with him. They went to the mosque with him because he was like, this is the rules in my house and you have to abide by it. He set the tone for his home, and it didn't matter which wife it came from. He raised them as men.
But that's why a lot of men are leaving Christ and going to be Muslims or going to be these Hebrew Israelites because it has that structure. You know what I'm saying? It has that structure that men need, in the church is lacking it.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate
because like those men actually honor the community and honor the people and honor Allah specifically, and they have disciplinary actions for those who refuse to honor it as well, which is my favorite part of Islam.
They hold each other accountable.
Extremely accountable. If you refuse to follow the rules that we have set in place to keep our structure, then you would be made an example. And I think that's something that we have to do, because like I don't like the conversation about men in the community and House of Hypocrites. We talked about this on Queen Sheba channel. I told you, because the men have no responsibility. Like Kelly and BTaylor was saying, the voting is down. Men participating in elected officials is down. I'm not even going to repeat all the stuff I usually repeat, but men are not governing our cities. They just complaining about it and telling women that their lack of submission is the problem, when really it's our lack of creating continuity between Black men and structure.
Still lack of leadership,
But Black men, can y'all honestly say that y'all get together in the most positive way without talking about women, but coming together to reach solutions?
Check out Prototype Dad podcast.
All right.
Y'all
But
gotta take the age into consideration when you ask those particular question too, because shit, probably when I was like younger, under 25, which was like 2 years ago, I wasn't thinking about that shit. I was thinking about getting money and getting some. You feel me? So it's just particular
why
ages.
were you thinking like that? Did your father instill values on where your mindset should be, other than like getting some and just
My people own a church, man. 2 of them. I'm a PK, so they instill a lot.
Me too. PK
look,
too.
that don't.
Why are the pastor children going wild?
But look, that don't mean, because we see our parents in the daily when we was younger. You feel me? We see how they act. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, yeah.
So
you my mom, you my dad.
So your parents were hypocrites?
Nah, they weren't hypocrites.
So did they live?
What I'm saying is, it's like the way the world view our parents. I might, you know what I'm saying, I view them a little bit different. And because you're teaching me the way you should go, that don't mean I'm gonna follow that route. Especially me being my own man and being the type of the child I was. You feel me? Like rebellious. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna raise a rebellious man? You feel me? You can't. Even with my pops.
What did you say about your choice of lifestyle? What does he say now?
The same shit everybody say in the comments.
What does he say?
You feel me?
I don't read comments. What does he say?
You said my pops?
Yeah. What does he say?
I mean, the same shit people would say in the comments. Like you made a decision, you need to take care of it. I can't force you. You know what I'm saying? I can't force your hand. I can't whoop you physically. I can't put you out. You feel me? With my hands type shit. You can't whoop me. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still stubborn. I'm still stuck on how I feel about it. That's how I feel. I gave you an option as a woman. You didn't explore that option. So it is what it is. I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel like my parents failed me. They might feel some type of way like that, but we didn't have a conversation. Like, man, this is what it is. This has nothing to do with how you raised me, because you raised me in the right way. I got 7 other brothers and sisters. You feel me? Ain't nobody else. All my sisters married at a young age. You feel me? My brother been with one woman. You feel me? Got kids. Like, so I'm just probably the black sheep. You feel me? It's just how the cards been dealt when I was younger, though.
What everyone's saying. You really have 7 children?
Man.
And you don't see any of them?
Not one of them.
You don't like care to know that you've produced amazing children and they could be like great kids and they want to know who their dad is?
Nah.
You have little mini me's on the earth and you don't even want to know anything?
Nah, they shouldn't. I say this all the time.
He doesn't value the mothers.
Mm-mm.
Men treat their children based on how they feel about the mothers.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing to do with me, because I gave them an option. I gave them a way out.
I wouldn't say that's true. I wouldn't say that's true. BTaylor.
You don't think that that's true, man?
Nah, that's what we say about women, but I don't know. I don't know if that's true either. You know what I'm saying?
I think that is true. I don't think
their
children based on how they feel about the mother. That's why some men show favoritism to children and ignore the other ones. It is true.
A man can hate the woman and still love his child.
Still love the child. Like I see that plenty of times. Like I
don't know about hating the woman, but I think that man is doing a duty and an obligation to make sure that child is not going to end up like him. So there are some men that's like that, but I think majority of men do treat certain children differently based on how they feel about the mother. Krishan Rock is a perfect example. Like Blueface.
We're not using celebrities. Please not use celebrities.
Okay, let's not use.
I think that's valid, because it just, if one of your mothers was a one night stand and you was with one for 10 years and you have a baby, it's gonna be different, bro.
It's gonna
be like it's a great chance that it's gonna be a different relationship, bro. It might be a different relationship, but that man don't love his child no differently. I'm not putting that on men out here. Yeah.
I mean, quite frankly, you the only deadbeat dad I know, bro. I don't know any deadbeat dads. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't put that on most men. So that's a very small percentage of men
But
who
most
probably do
men
that.
who are not deadbeats are men who are family orientated, men who value their seeds, men who value their children. So men who do not do that, that means that they don't value themselves, they don't value their seeds, and they don't value the woman that they slept with, especially if they slept with the woman who didn't mean anything to them. They're gonna disassociate mentally that child away from them. They're not gonna even, and that's not right. I'm not saying that's right or an excusing. I'm just saying that, like, I think if women can understand that, they'll be more careful with their wombs of who they give it to and who they gonna have a kid with.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know any of your kids? Like you never met any of them?
Not one.
You're not curious that these little people are mini yous and there's a bunch of little yous running out around?
Not at all.
I couldn't even imagine.
Kelly is you baffled at this whole idea, huh?
Yeah, nah, it's easy. When you're a one night stand, shit, I don't care about that kid. You should have got rid of it. I gave you an option. Gave you an option. You didn't take that option. So you wanted to be a single mother.
So all of your children are one night stands? None of them are relationships?
None of them was relationship. But the only woman I kind of talked to for a minute was the one that was kind of married and shit. I talked to
Why was you kind of married? She was married. She got pregnant?
Oh nah, she was married. Then she got pregnant.
But that's probably not even your child. So
hey, no, that's the only one I did DNA test on. I didn't talk about this before already. That's the only one I did the DNA test on, and she didn't want me to be involved because that was gonna ruin and fuck up the relationship she had with her husband already. Cause like they didn't believe in this. They don't believe in aborting. Like, why are you aborting a child that's supposed to be mine? Which is what he was thinking. You know what I'm saying? So she had to make sure some time after the kid was born and shit, and like.
This is making
it is what it is.
It is a sad situation, hypocrite. Look, we just going. Look, women, reserve yourselves. You don't want to be a man's baby mama like this. You don't want to end up in a situation like this. That's why.
Did y'all ever answer the question, why don't women value their virginities anymore?
So I would say that it starts at home. Why women don't value their virginities is because society has taken over. You got the city girl culture, you got the music, you got the movies, you got the TV shows, you got everything throwing sex in our face as if it's something that you just do, as if it's something that's cool to do. You talk about it in songs, you jam to it, you dance to it, you TikTok to it. And
so basically, they don't value it because they don't have no daddy.
Yeah,
no.
That's what it's breaking down to.
It has more so to do with they don't have parents, because I have a father, and my dad was active in my life, but my dad didn't teach me the value of my virginity like Kelly's father. Kelly's father broke down the meaning of sex, the meaning of a hymen, the meaning of the spiritual aspects of sex, and how important it is. And when you break your virginity, there is blood that is shed because there is a covenant that is happening. And that's why I wanted Kelly to come on and explain that, because that's what wasn't explained to me. What was told to me is don't get pregnant and don't be out here being fast. They didn't teach me how to talk to men. They didn't teach me how to carry myself as a woman and hold myself with respect. They didn't teach me any of that. If anything, they taught me how to avoid men. So when men were in my face, you
didn't know how to handle them. You didn't know how to handle them.
I didn't know how to handle them, and my hormones was raging, and I just wanted them to like me. I'm like, oh my God, you like sex? Okay, well, I'm gonna pretend, because I was scared. The one thing that protected me is because I was scary. I was so scared of sex. I never desired sex. I was a late bloomer. I didn't even think about sex until probably like 18. Like I was so scared of it. I played dolls until I was like 15 years old. Like that's how like my mindset was. Like I did not think about sex at all. So for me, thank God I was a late bloomer. But for the girls who had raging hormones at like 15, Imagine the moms who weren't teaching them about sex. Imagine the moms that were putting their daughters on birth control and telling them don't get pregnant. They're not telling them, hey, value your body and your virginity and how special it is. Now it is so rare to meet a woman who is a virgin. Like, honestly, being a virgin in 2023 as a woman, you are a gem. You are a diamond. You are one of a dozen. And I know you feel like you're in a society where no one values you, but you are so rare. That's why you feel like you're not valued, because you're so rare and special.
Yeah. So, and one of my sisters still is one. And the other sister, she waited all the way up until she was married, and she's only slept with her husband her whole life. So
don't wait too long. Don't get 30, 35. You gotta freeze your eggs and shit and all that. And then you just a lost cause. Now ain't man gonna want you out of that.
I will say this.
Don't listen to that guy.
don't wait too long, man. I'm just saying it's cute. It's cool. I respect it. You 40-year-old virgin, you lost cause, baby.
I don't think you should say wait too long. I think you should say that be prepared for a husband.
I'm gonna let you say that one.
I mean, attractive women don't gotta wait that long. I mean, somebody gonna get on one knees. Period. Looks and ability alone.
I think nowadays, man, if a man know you a real virgin, he probably try to take you off your feet faster than ever, man. Now, that's the way it's going now, because that's rare. Which people like quoting these Bible verses about once you find a wife, you find a good thing, but he also said once you find a wife, it's a rare thing.
That's why I feel like men, they don't easily leave their wives, because they put a lot of value in their marriage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You said I don't know.
I'm saying there's a lot of married men that cheat, so I don't.
That's true, but they don't leave.
I've been hit on by more married men than I have by single men.
He hate his wife. He can't leave. She gonna take half of everything. Shit.
But men are strategic. They may cheat, but they know that they're not gonna leave their wives. They know that that's the woman that they're not gonna leave them. Like, how many mistresses thought that the man was gonna leave their wives for them? That man usually don't leave. It's rare.
Is she trying to get him to leave? Is that what that is?
Well, a lot of mistresses, they do think that one day, like, what's that one baseball player name? Where he got the side chick pregnant and his wife was accepting the side child, and she's
so we talking about the 1% again.
It's not the 1%, but I'm saying it does happen. But I'm saying most men do not leave their wives for the side chick. I mean, I'm not saying nothing. I don't know. I feel like they don't really leave their wives. They may mentally leave.
Men don't even leave their girlfriends, so shit, they ain't gonna leave their wives.
That's true, though. That's true. The girlfriend.
Every time you ask a woman, well, who ended the relationship?
We gotta get fired.
Why did?
Yeah, he just said it earlier that you gotta get fired.
We gotta get fired. We don't quit. We gotta get fired.
If a man break up with you a real issue. If a
that's what I be saying. You gotta be hell. If a dude broke up with you, you are a terrible woman. Like, flat out.
That's a fact.
I have a lot of patients who the husband and wife will be sitting with me, and then as soon as the wife gets up to walk somewhere, the husband will ask me out for coffee. As soon as his wife walks away, usually these are older white men who are well-to-do, who have money. But I'm just like, that's inappropriate. Absolutely not. Is your wife coming? Is this going to be like a 3 coffee?
It don't make marriage look desirable. I think that's why
so much. It made me not want to get married for a long time, because I'm like, is this what married men do when their wives walk away?
That's true. That's true. And men, that's why I say men play a part in that. But I want to say, Kevin C., thank you for the super chat. I don't even know what that is, but thank you. He said, because there are so few versions, we don't see the negative second or third order effects. Less marriages, less families, less communities, etc. That is so true. That's probably why y'all don't be having those family reunions, because JoJo had about 3-4 families on the side, so that he can't even get to the children together to come to the family reunion. Let's start there. They don't even know who cousin is cousin. We're going to grow up in a generation where people are marrying their cousins because they don't even know that they cousins because daddy hadn't had families across.
Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Daddy was a Rolling Stone. Exactly. So that's why.
So are you saying the women staying virgins is what's going to change our community?
Women,
that will straighten niggas up.
Yeah. Out for 30 days, there will be so many marriages at the end of the month. Who's gonna get so tired of their pocket pussies and their hand and their jergens. In 30 days, everybody will be married. If they were like, oh, marriage is required for sex, oh, we gotta get a pastor. Like, pastors will be booked out. If they were like, I can't get the punani, is that still a thing?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
If men knew I cannot get it unless I'm married, everybody would get married.
That is true. That is true.
I agree. True.
Listen, this is the thing, Kelly.
You just gotta do the snap.
There are always going to be Tatianas out there. And that's something that we know we can't control because there's women who are so traumatized. They're not trying to get married. They don't.
Yeah, but we're not having families with them. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but you still don't make marriage desirable because you still cheat on your wives and embarrass your wives with these Tatianas.
Look, leave them over there and let them do what they're going to do, right? They've been there since the beginning of time. And we've had families and good communities. They've always been there. But if women started being wholesome and let the thoughts be thoughts, like separate yourselves.
It's like they competing. It's like they competing with the hoes.
Stop competing with the hoes.
So
you don't want what they want.
Modest women get passed over. So I think that's where a lot of women saying, well, these girls are getting passed over and these girls are getting the bags and the house and the cars and the shoes and
it's temporary though. It is temporary.
So basically, most women are followers. They ain't gonna follow men. They gonna follow what other women do.
Listen, I do want to speak on it. Can I speak on this?
Yes.
You guys always talk about that's temporary, right? But if you are a wife who gave your life, your body, your commitment, your time, you're raising 3 children, your body has been stretched out and in multiple times for this man. You've had children for this man. And then you see him go off with another chick and you reward her with the trips and the prizes and you take her out and you see him with her. How do you feel? You say, oh, it's temporary. Then why?
What I'm saying is temporary.
With 3 kids and my body is out of order because you want to go fuck the thought and take her on trips to Italy. Why am I not in Italy? I put in the hard work. My body did the time. Why am I not in Italy?
You go to Italy too.
I'm just saying.
You say that. No, you go to Italy too.
You go to Italy, and me and her we going to Jamaica.
He takes the wife to Olive Garden. And he takes the side chick to Italy.
No, the fat chick she goes to Cancun.
The wife's wrong, and that's why
she goes to Cancun.
That's it.
Y'all go across the pond. The wives go across the pond. Y'all get the big trips. Y'all go to China. Y'all see the world. The thoughts go to Tulum.
Y'all be having fun with them on Tulum. Y'all be with the wives.
We be right back.
And y'all be texting Tatiana and don't even be present.
Remember, you was tired. You ain't want me that time. Let me, I'll be right back. We still going to China?
Do y'all think? Do y'all think?
China? Take me to the Greek Isles, please.
Do y'all think?
The wife going wherever.
That's where men can take accountability. Y'all don't make marriage look desirable. Since I've been 18, it's been nothing but married men that have come my way, and I'm like. And my mistake recently, I was at Home Depot trying to find something for my fridge, and the guy's like, "Oh, can I take you out on a date?" And I'm not even paying attention. This man has a ring on his finger because I'm like, "Why is he in my face?" And then he's like, "Oh, well, and I'm like, "Wait a second, you're married, sir." Like I should have been paying attention, but sir, you should not be in my face right now.
Y'all don't be knowing the women be giving them men them hall passes, man. They be swangers and all that other type of stuff. You just don't never know what type of married man you dealing with.
I don't care. I'm not dealing with a married man. I'm not dealing
Yeah.
with that.
Do y'all think what was I gonna say? Do y'all think most men is naturally like polygamous? If you give your man an option to have another woman within your relationship and she part of the relationship, you think he gonna take that? And you being dead serious?
Who would do that?
I don't think men are naturally. This is the thing. I don't think men are naturally monogamous, but women set the standards. Because if women did not set the standards, men will be programmed to create babies left and right and leave them like how you say you didn't have kids and you didn't left them with different women. Because women have set that standard, because society has set that standard to hold men accountable. That's why men are more careful with just planting their seeds anywhere. They're more careful with who they get married to. Men actually have a higher standard of who they marry. That's why they're careful who they marry. And that's why they don't just marry anybody, while women settle more than men.
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You don't think so?
No, women don't settle more than men.
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of guys
who are going 50-50 or
get what they want.
The bills with a man just to say that they have a man. Y'all don't
No,
think
because a man may want a Kim Kardashian, but he'll settle for with the Leslie girl. He said because he wants a wife. Like he'll be like,
he'll settle for the Leslie because she's paying 50-50.
He'll settle, but he'll cheat. But he'll settle.
All niggas gonna cheat, man.
That's not true.
Some type of form, way, whatever you describe as cheating. Everybody gonna cheat. You gonna be with somebody 40, 50 years and you not gonna step out?
Yeah, I know men that won't cheat.
I know my dad never cheated.
I know plenty of men that won't cheat.
I mean, when it comes to parents, you wouldn't really know what your parents would do.
Oh, I
did.
For my dad, he's very, very real.
Yeah.
I don't
it's just not as credible. I feel you, but you're talking about your dad, and it's like, we can't really take that answer seriously.
He's the realest person. He told me the worst thing he ever did. He told me his biggest regret. I asked him straight up, Dad, have you ever cheated on Mom? And I asked him straight up, I just want to know. I said, I won't judge you. I just need to know, like, are men really out there just having sex with everything? And he said, I've never cheated on your mom because I am not faithful to your mom. I'm faithful to God. My relationship with God is more important to me than my relationship with your mom, my wife, who she benefits from my faithfulness to God. He said, because I don't want to disappoint the God that I serve. That's why I've never cheated on her. Not saying he doesn't have urges, not saying that he's not a man, he doesn't see other women, but he's never going to step past that line because he doesn't want to disrupt his relationship with God. And I asked him straight up, I was like, I just want to know. And he's told me things, and he was always real with us. I know about everything. What if
he was just conscious enough to tell you that so you wouldn't go along later in your life accepting a man that would cheat on you?
No, because you don't.
I don't think a man would ever tell his daughter that.
I know how many women my dad slept with. I know because he was real with me. If I ask him a question, he will tell me the truth from beginning to end, straight up. He just will. Stuff that you shouldn't tell your kids, but he was like, once I was an adult, he was real. If I asked him a question, he was honest.
Hey, I remember back in the day growing up, you used to say because my mama said it and it was the truth, or my daddy said it was the truth. But we long past that time now, so we can't take that serious.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that serious.
When the men actually say something that's positive
thought it was a man of integrity, and if you were at his funeral,
yeah, we can hear you, Kevin. Okay, we just keep talking. My bad.
All right, Kevin, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't know if my mic was bad or whatever. But do you guys realize, at least the ladies, do you realize that whenever the men say something positive about men or try to get it back on track about what men are doing in a positive way, you guys catastrophize the relationships? You generally go straight to infidelity. You guys realize that you do that?
Can you give me an example of what you mean?
Y'all just spent like the last 8 minutes talking about men cheating. Right?
What did the man say?
We talk about how men has made marriage not desirable because women are speaking about their experiences of how many married men have hit on them or their friends or somebody that they know in their personal life. And as men are requiring women to say, hey, preserve yourself, wait into marriage, stop giving yourself up. At the same time, men are also not making marriage desirable, where it seemed like the 304s are winning. So that's our point. And like, we want you guys to, we hear you guys out when you say women stop giving it up so easy. Okay, well, what are men doing to make marriage look desirable, where women are like, okay, we can wait to have sex with our husbands, but are our husbands going to be giving out free community to the community?
Okay, so there are certain types of guys that's going to do that. Look, I look at infidelity in a lot of different ways, meaning that there's guys who can do it logistically, and the vast majority of guys just can't. All right, there's people think it's unless the woman makes it very convenient to the extent that he doesn't have to spend any money, put any time or effort into it. He doesn't have to. It's basically, look, I got 2 hours right here. I can link you in, stuff like that. And eventually, the woman, the side chick, is going to want time. She's going to want attention. She's going to want trips. She's going to want gifts. It's going to become a logistical nightmare. All right. Then on top of that, there's a threat of actually her literally informing your family or getting to your wife. So it just depends on, what are you willing to lose and trade off. I wouldn't say that the 304s are winning. Matter of fact, they're outright losing. How are you winning when you're not being treated like a wife? Nobody can bring you around. They can't bring you around family. You got to be hidden all the time.
Like a wife. I'm sorry.
You a baby mama. He don't want to take care of the kids. Those ain't winning.
You're not getting the investment. You're not getting, you're not even on the insurance. You're not on the health care. You're not in the last will and testament. You're not going to be there when that man passes away. Like, how are 304s winning? They're not winning. Matter of fact, they're losing. Kevin, I would submit that the problem is that there are women that are so we've always had a small group of women that basically are the 304 class. That was always a good thing, right? It was a small group. But what we have, in present day is there are too many women that are crossing that line between that group of women and doing too much that looks like the 304 class. Now, are they outright absolute 304s? Probably not. But, when you're looking like that and you're moving that way, and then, and I'll say one of the other things that's really happening is, I always get pushback on this, but I'm going to start saying this because I'm going to call it the Simone Biles model. So everybody knows who Simone Biles is, right? So she's married to I love this guy. I love Jonathan Owens. The way he looks at her, looks at his wife, talks to her, bigs her up and all this other stuff. Jonathan Owens he's an NFL football player. I think he's playing for Green Bay right now. But the way I kind of followed their relationship from kind of start to where it is right now. And she only dated like 2 or 3 guys. I don't know if she had sex with anybody, but it doesn't really matter. The thing is that he accepted her how she is. And it's only, I look at it like this. 1, 2, 3 guys, you're pretty much done. She's 26 years old and already married. Why can't every other woman do that? Because we're at the point now where men have already accepted that they're not going to get virgins. They've already accepted that. All right. So if we're at the point where we're going to accept the fact that women aren't virgins, the collective women are not, and a virgin is rare, and you got to, sift through a needle in a haystack to find one. Now we got to get to the point where, look, okay, we're going to give you that 1 guy, possibly 2. But by the time you get to guy number 3, you need to have a husband. Because you can't go 10 guys in or 15 guys in and say, okay, now I'm ready to be a wife. Because now you've done too much. Kevin, too many guys for too many people. And now you're saying, okay, now I'm ready to be a wife when, you should have been a wife 5 or 6 guys ago.
Kevin C.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many men have you dated?
How many men have I dated? Why would I?
That's a low blow.
Yeah,
no, I'm not.
I understand where she's going with this. Is that I don't understand it from a woman's perspective, but no, I haven't dated a man.
Okay, so when I just spoke about my father, who was a man of character, who never cheated on my mom, the other guys on the panel said that was impossible. It's not possible. He has to be lying to you.
I didn't say that.
Sitting here talking about men are. I actually experienced a man who was a man of integrity, a man of character, who lived by the principles and morals. My father was a pastor who didn't just speak it. He lived it. Everyone saw he was a man of character. That was like, if someone told me they saw my father with a prostitute, I wouldn't believe him because of how he lived his life and how he walked through his life. So I know what a great man looks like. What we have produced today is not that. And I don't think women want to settle for just any old guy. What I don't think women should do is just be sleeping around. Yeah, they shouldn't get to body number 10. but I don't think they should settle for these half-assed versions of what a man used to be. Kevin C., you seem like the men of old, like the men.
Yeah, and I can agree with that. And I'll tell you right now, I'm married. I'm not gonna go out with my wife. I'm not doing that because look, she's a really great woman. Look, when I met her, and actually as I got to know her, I came up with 5 categories of of traits that I was looking for. She met all 5. When you get 5 out of 5, then that's not a woman you're gonna mess with or mess around with
it's rare to find.
or you're not, yeah, because I know I'm not gonna get it again. If I screw it up, then I'm not gonna get it again. Because I was married already. Unfortunately divorced. Dated some women in between, but once
the
I
second
met her,
wife was always better.
I got it, and she understands that. It's not even a concern for her. I'm never.
You saying all the right things on camera, Kevin.
Well, I mean, I'm just not going to do it. I'm really not going to do it, because that's kind of the thing that, because what it goes to how the men and the women actually behave with each other and communicate, and then what the value is to that relationship. And then look at it like this. Look, so I get it. There's cute women all around, and in a lot of ways, a husband is actually pre-select. He's kind of a pre-select man. He's been certified by his wife, right? So women are looking at it going, wait a minute, that's a guy who's already been picked. What's he got going on? Okay, so and I'm not saying I get a lot of offers and stuff like that, but the point being is that you have to know what it is you're gonna lose. I'm gonna lose the woman that I've invested in, built a life with, dedicated myself to, and actually want to see myself down the road 20, 30 years from now, should I be fortunate enough to live that long. And I don't want to screw it up by just hopping in and out relationships or something on the side and then taking that chance and then just dealing with I don't know, I'm not saying I'm a saint, I'm not going to say that, but personally I just feel like there's going to be some guilt issues with me on that, and it's going to affect how if I did something wrong, I'm pretty sure my wife would see it. By the way, when your wife knows you, she really knows you. She knows everything about you, right around to how much to how much food you want on your plate, to how to cut your sandwiches, to how you want your pineapples cut up, to who you're looking at, to what it is you might be thinking about. Whether it's good, bad,
you
or
said something
indifferent.
important too, Kevin. You said you didn't have too many options. So if you
I
had
got some, but you don't need a whole lot.
I'm just saying. If you just had a just plethora amount of women just throwing themselves at you, now that's a different fight.
See, that's the difference.
That's a different fight.
He be talking about a different tune.
And somebody was saying that the other day. There was a guy that he came up the other day, and he's like 29 years old. He says he's got a bunch of women throwing themselves at him, and that's fine. He probably shouldn't get married. A matter of fact, that's the kind of guy that I would want my daughters to avoid. All right, because he's not even thinking about marriage. He's not going to make them a wife. He's just going to be another notch on they're going to be another notch on his belt. And that's, I got 3 daughters and a son. I didn't raise my daughters so that way they could be somebody's notch. All right. I'm looking at them, and, I put that, look, I invested, 20 plus years into getting them to adulthood, so that way they could be an effective wife and mother in the future. Now, whether they decide to do that or not, that's up to them. But, I don't know any man, black men particularly, but, let's talk about all races of men here for a second, that goes out of his way to teach his daughter to be a 304. They're raising these girls to be wives, and you're supposed to be raising your sons to be, husbands and fathers. Now, that's not going to be everybody. And then you're going to have the guy with the looks and the square jaw and the abs and all that other stuff. And then you just have to tell your daughters, hey, look, that's you. If you go after that guy, everybody else is after him too. And then on top of that, that's going to be a guy that you need to really think about and probably avoid. And
see, and
I'm
BTaylor like them pretty boys. See,
I didn't have options when I was younger, but and I still have options even today. It's interesting because I get the older women, they're 15 or 20 years older, and you know what? They're not scared to come at you at all. The older women, they're like, you look like I could sop you up right now. They say older women say all kinds of stuff to you straight up.
They don't have anything to lose.
Hey guys, good night. I'm gonna leave on that note. Yeah.
And I just kind of smile and say thank you, whatever. And so it's good being married. But at that point, my whole thing is that there's certain guys you're gonna avoid, and then women just need to be aware of that. And then so here's where you guys mentioned society, and this is kind of where society has actually made it a problem, because when and I hate trying to put stuff on society because it's a nebulous concept, and then it's not really, it's removing the responsibility from the individual to make their own decisions, right? So that's why I don't like that society thing. But it's just been essentially accepted that, you know, the sexual empowerment, we're going to be a little bit loose here, and then if guys get the opportunity, they're going to take advantage of the opportunity. And I'm not saying it's women's fault here, but I'll say this: men generally respond to, well, no. Men generally respond to what women are doing. So if women are having a lot of, if women are giving it away, then men aren't going to fight you to change and go, you know what, I need you to be a wife and stop, giving sex away to everybody. They're going to be like, well, if you're giving it away, I'm just going to go ahead and accept it. Now, these guys aren't going to marry you. They're going to look at you as a wife or even a future mother or anything to that effect. They're just going to do what they do and move on. And now what's going to happen is when they actually start really feeling like, hey, I need to really, settle down and get a wife and all this other stuff, they're going to be frustrated because now they're essentially jaded. Like, you know what? I was able to get sex with too many women too easily.
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt, but I got to roll.
Yes, I actually do have to get up like at 6 a.m. So that's like in a couple of hours. So I am going to wrap up this show. I do want to shout out to everybody who joined the panel. I really do appreciate y'all coming up for this conversation. Thank you, Kelly Connection, for sharing your father's knowledge. You guys go follow her on Instagram _Kelly Connection. How it's spelled, and then _ at the end, and then also on YouTube, House of Hypocrites. Follow him on YouTube, Kevin C. I don't know if you do videos or not, but Prototype Dad, also follow him on YouTube as well for dropping knowledge on marriage and everything. But I really do appreciate y'all. I do these shows twice a month. They don't usually run this long, but it was such a good conversation. It was such a good conversation. We went full circle around about the sex conversation. I think it's so important. And I think
4 hours.
4 hours, but we have different perspectives, and I love each and every one. We had a married man, we had a baby daddy, we had a baby mama. We didn't have we didn't have
virgins.
We didn't have some versions. Exactly. So I love that. And I love this conversation. I thank everyone for watching. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. I do have a membership for $4.99 a month. I'm going to start doing
it's the best $5 you'll ever spend.
Yes. You spend more.
One Starbucks coffee for this membership.
Exactly. That's what I say all the time. You spend more than that on Starbucks. I want to start doing prayer sessions with you guys because my spiritual journey with God has just been so enlightening, and I want you guys to be on that journey with me. Please give it a thumbs up. Put me in the algorithm because YouTube be tripping. But yes, thank you guys so much. Pull up next time. I do be dropping videos. I have a video dropping tomorrow as well. So just subscribe, stay tuned, give it a thumbs up. Hey, Big Bad Bull, I see you in the comments. I see you. Thank you for everyone that's been hanging in. Dark Lake, Revive, everyone who sent super chats. I really do appreciate you guys, and send me your favorite bubbly champagne because I definitely want. Look how much I didn't freaking drink this night. I drank this much of this bottle. This is ridiculous. Like, that's why I only do this twice a month because look how much I freaking drink. So, all right, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate y'all. Follow me on BTaylor TV, BTaylor _TV on Instagram. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
So that hit. That was good.
It was good. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. I look forward to seeing y'all in the future. Bye.